Es braust ein Ruf wie Donner Hall, wie Schwart geklären Wogenbrau, zum Rhein, Deutschen Rhein, where will des Stroms Horder sein? Lieb Vaterland magst ruhig sein, lieb Vaterland magst ruhig sein, Feststedt und true, die walkt am Rhein. Feststedt und true, die walkt am Rhein. Durch 100.000 sagt er schnell, und aller Augen blitzen hell, der Deutsch beider from uns stark. Besser stei Helge Landesmark. Lieb Vaterland magst ruhig sein, lieb Vaterland magst ruhig sein. Feststedt und true, die walkt am Rhein. Feststedt und true, die walkt am Rhein. I don't think we're gonna do the whole thing, boys. But welcome to the channel. We're playing Hearts of Iron 4 on the Kaiserreich mod again, so I guess that's something. And I haven't played this game, well, I mean, that's not true. I haven't streamed this game in a significant amount of time, I suppose, since the Germany rework, way before that. I think it was like a couple years at least now since I streamed this game. And I decided to start playing again. I was actually talking to my girlfriend about, you know, and I mentioned I was a Hearts of Iron 4 map game streamer. And it happened to be on sale on Steam like a while back, I think, at like a pretty significant discount, and she got it, and then she decided she wanted to play the funny map game with me, so we did that, and now it's the first time I played Kaiserreich. That was like maybe like a few weeks ago to play the game anyway, so I did get a little bit embarrassed and raffle stomped in some of these games, with particularly with respect to the supply system. You can't really blitzkrieg, you know, the way you used to. But you know, that was a fun time, so I decided maybe I'd stream again, and we played the Germany rework. And of course, the Germany rework, it's a new, quote unquote, new Kaiserreich. So it's probably not going to be great, guys. Like I'm not going to lie here. Like I'm going into this, I'm expecting that I'm probably not going to enjoy this experience. New Kaiserreich, of course, being a departure from your traditional Hearts of Iron 4 gameplay. And instead replacing it with, you know, decision clicks, national focus clicks, event spams, and various minigames. So I don't know too much about the Germany rework. Like I've played the game, I know there's new events. I did take a look at their national focus tree in passing, and just saw that it was like probably the most obnoxious, overbloated national focus tree I've ever seen. But it was there, and I know from reading the Reddit that there is apparently a card mini game we're gonna have to play, and I have to keep it between 25 or 75. I don't know, if we want our boy KVS to stay in power. So I did try to do some KVS Kaiserreich before in the old patch, and I was a little bit unsuccessful. Like I fucked up what I needed to do, and I managed to not get the Schleicher Camarilla. But you know, maybe this time it'll go good for KVS. I don't know. But we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna lock in as Germany here. And we'll see where we go. Let's see how the game goes. So I haven't played Germany. When I was playing, I was like co-oping with my girlfriend. I played Argentina, I played FOP, and then we played the Ottomans, and then we played Kaiserreich and Saudi Arabia. So those are the countries I've played since I started playing again. So I suppose we can read this. The place in the sun. For the past 17 years, the German Empire has enjoyed its rightful place in the sun that was promised by Reichskanzler Bernhard von Bülow. Defeating the Entente in the Weltkrieg, seizing a worldwide colonial empire, and earning a flock of satellites in Central Europe, it established itself as a preeminent economic, diplomatic, cultural, and military power in Europe, if not the entire planet. From literature to finance, the German language is growing to a new lingua franca. The word of the foreign secretary in Berlin can make the entire country's bow. From petty dictatorships in the Americas to warlords on the coast of the Yellow Sea. The end of the Weltkrieg saw the final victory. Oh, that's kind of a final victory. That's an interesting word to throw in there. Of the parliamentarization process That's a mouthful. Which began during the war. The Kaiser and the Reichstag prevailed over Ludendorff's ambitions and promulgated the March reforms to a Bismarckian constitution, ushering in a greater power to the legislature and partial parliamentary control of the Reichskanzler. The two following decades have been marked by a consensus of middle-class liberals, Catholics, and moderate conservatives, and has seen a string of Reichskanzlers seeking to maintain the achievements of the March Constitution. Times are changing, however, and this consensus will not last. A few months ago, the March coalition between the LVP and Zentrum collapsed, and a fallen government now sits in Berlin. New elections to the Reichstag approach in April, and it's becoming increasingly clear that initiative in Parliament will be held not by liberals or Catholics, but by socialists and the SPD, or possibly even the hardline bloc of DKP and DVLP. That's a lot of word salad there. The aging, or alphabet salad, I should say. The aging Kaiser and his crown prince search for alternate solutions to the deadlock. However, even if it means a death blow to the empire's democracy. And what's that meme where it's like you were supposed to save democracy, MacArthur, not destroy it, or something like that, right? With MacArthur being Anakin, I guess. Who would be Obi-Wan in that scenario? I don't know. I guess whoever you elected, Herbert Hoover, maybe? No, it wouldn't be Hoover. It would be Olsen. Probably be Olsen. Olsen would be Obi-Wan. When even the sentinel of the New World Order wavers, uncertain of its future, what can the rest of the world do but worry for what's to come? Oh, there's another button over here. Okay, lots of stuff to read, I suppose. The end of the Weltkrieg. When the armistice between the remaining Allied powers and the Central Powers was signed on 12th August 1919 in the beautiful castle of Chantilly to the northeast of Paris, the German people rejoiced, realizing that the devastating Weltkrieg had finally found an end after 5 years of intense fighting. However, while Germany had ostensibly emerged as the glorious victor of the conflict, the nation was in dire straits. The British naval blockade had caused countless deaths due to starvation and disease. The German forces in the west were war-weary after dozens of bloody offensives into no man's land, and the people on the home front were thirsting for reforms to an outdated political system. Long-existing tensions had already accumulated in the so-called September insurrections in 1918, where anti-war strikes escalated into far-left uprisings in various northern German cities, but these were brought down with extensive military violence. While internal peace could be restored, the influence of the military was clearer than ever before. Minor concessions to the public were made in the form of a slight reform to the Prussian suffrage and the reshuffling of the government cabinet, but nonetheless, the Supreme Army Command, OHL, around Hindenburg and Ludendorff expanded their powers further and further over the following months, more and more sidelining the civilian government, a period colloquially known as the Ludendorff dictatorship. It was due to their pressure that the controversial unrestricted submarine campaign was relaunched in late 1918 after more than 2 years of semi-successful restricted submarine warfare in accordance with international law. And it was due to their relentless lobbying that German diplomats passed the most far-reaching possible demands out of the war-weary French at the 1919 Versailles peace negotiations, therefore indirectly contributing to the outbreak of the French Civil War soon after. However, as 1920 dawned, the legitimacy of the OHL's far-reaching influence on civilian affairs began to crumble. Calls for reform, elections, and the end of wartime censorship and demobilization became louder. A major political crisis was imminent. Reform and recovery. The situation escalated in February of 1920 when a motion about the long-anticipated reform to the Bismarckian constitution was placed in the Reichstag, in an effort to finally turn the empire into a parliamentary monarchy. This move was backed by Chancellor Brockendorff and the Kaiser, but harshly opposed by the far right and the military. In an effort to force the government to abandon the reforms, Ludendorff telegraphed his resignation to the Kaiser, a strategy he had often made of use during the war to achieve his goals, well aware that the Kaiser would never dismiss him in Germany's darkest hour. But this time things turned out different. Behind Ludendorff's back, the government had entered into talks with Hindenburg and managed to get him on board for their reformist vision in return for generous concessions to the military's autonomy. Therefore, Ludendorff was left isolated within the OHL. To his surprise, his resignation was accepted by the Kaiser, and his dictatorship ended in the most unspectacular way possible. Not long after Ludendorff's dismissal, far-reaching constitutional reforms were passed into the Reichstag, later known as the March Constitution. While the reforms finally turned Germany into a parliamentary monarchy, they did not end up as far-reaching as especially the SPD had hoped due to compromises with the conservatives. The Kaiser retained his nominal leadership over the armed forces and the right to appoint the chancellor, despite the latter's dependency on the confidence of the Reichstag. In the late March, the first election since 1912 took place. A progressive coalition of SPD, FVP, and Zentrum formed, with the former colonial secretary Wilhelm Solf as a nonpartisan chancellor. Under Solf, order was restored in the empire. The occupation in the east was lifted in favor of establishing satellites. Control was reasserted over the pre-war colonies as well as the newly gained possessions in Asia and Africa. Stable diplomatic relations with neighboring powers like the Commune of France, the Russian Republic, and Britain were reestablished, and the Middle Europa Economic Bloc was founded. The Golden Twenties. Solf's government fell in 1922 due to disagreements within his cabinet, and he was succeeded by Zentrum politician Matthias Erzberger, who however resigned after only a few months due to a humiliating political scandal. The fall of Erzberger spelled an end to the progressive SPD, FVP Zentrum coalition and saw the reemergence of the conservatives, as many Germans were unsatisfied with the new parliamentary leadership in the aftermath of the war. They thought that the new government had abandoned the hard-earned gains from the war for the sake of Germany's international reputation, and that they just were not able to present Germany as a strong and assertive power on the global stage. Erzberger was succeeded by the National Liberal Conservative cabinet of Posadowski-Wenher in 1923. However, with the outbreak of the British Revolution in 1924, the next major internal crisis hit the empire as Foreign Secretary Stresemann accidentally caused a war scare after proposing a military intervention in civil war-plagued Britain. Mere weeks later, the next government had fallen and snap elections were held. In the aftermath, the Kaiser decided for a grand coalition under former late wartime Chancellor Ulrich von Brockdorff-Ratzow, a known democratic compromiser and master diplomat who was dubbed the last Bismarckian for a reason. He led Germany into a new golden era. While he did not intervene in Britain, Brockdorff orchestrated the peaceful reorganization of the unprotected British colonies into the Middle Africa Customs Union. At a grand colonial conference in Berlin, pressured the Ottomans to intervene in the looming conflict in Iran, signed a far-reaching economic agreement with Russia, and ordered the intervention of German colonial forces during the Chinese Northern Expedition after the Yangtze incident of September 1926. As Britain was left incapacitated due to its revolution and the U.S. faded into the background as a result of the Great Depression, Germany had finally emerged as the world's uncontested champion. Wow, still more, geez. The Gathering Storm. On 8 September 1928, Brockdorff passed away at age 59. The coalition he had commanded over for most of his tenure, consisting of liberals and moderate conservatives, went down in history as the March Coalition, and remained in power for the next few years under the leadership of Wilhelm Marx and Johann von Bernstorff. Simultaneously, pivotal changes were happening in Germany, both internally and in foreign affairs. Blinded by their golden era, the Germans failed to see that they were slowly getting isolated on the global stage. To the west, France had escaped containment and formed a powerful bloc of socialist nations with Britain and Italy. Well, I mean, like a third of Italy anyways. I'm not sure if I'd call that a powerful bloc. And to the east, the revanchist Russians were radicalizing further and further, culminating in the election of Boris Savinkov in 1934. The old pre-war fears of encirclement had returned. Oh, boys. Goddamn, boys. You guys know you don't want to be encircled in this game. Have a drink for that. Pre-war fears of encirclement had returned. At home, reorganizations within the various conservative and liberal parties took place to appeal to a broader mass, but mostly to no avail. With the inflexible moderates clinging to the status quo, both the SPD, which had slightly moved to the left again since its exclusion from the Grand Coalition in the mid-20s, and the far-right DVLP, which had long remained a fringe and niche party but had risen to prominence after the ascension of the more insurrectionist Ulrich von Hassel to the chairmanship, were growing stronger and stronger. In 1934, another crisis brought the fall of the Bernstorff cabinet, and this time the Kaiser decided to intervene, hoping to regain some of his old powers that had been vastly limited in 1920. He decided for the appointment of the nonpartisan diplomat Herbert von Dirksen, a former ambassador to Russia and known yes-man of the Kaiser. From the very beginning, this minority government suffered from severe difficulties to find majorities in the Reichstag and pass laws, but any proposals of getting rid of the Chancellor via a vote of no confidence died down, because once it became clear that the permanent opposition, DVLP and SPD, would not back said plans, well aware that it would be more beneficial for them to wait for the approaching elections of 1936, where both parties would surely have prime chances to finally ascend to the government. As 1935 comes to an end, the situation is looking dire for Dirksen, especially with the tumultuous situation in nearby Norway. Far-reaching changes lie ahead of the German Empire, that much is certain. Jesus, I don't actually care about Norway. Oh yeah. I did stream in 2021. That was like 3 years ago. It's been a while. Yeah. Welcome to the stream. I don't think I can read that. It's not not in the Latin alphabet, my man. The March Constitution. All right, last page, boys. The March reforms to the Bismarckian Constitution were a compromise between the emboldened reformist legislature and the conservative establishment, but were nonetheless a major step in the direction of a true constitutional monarchy in the German Empire. By far the most important reform in the package was that the Reichstag now has the ability to remove the Reichskanzler in a vote of no confidence, or indict them in the constitutional court for vast violations of conduct and duties. Though Reichskanzler appointment was nonetheless vested solely in the Kaiser, he now has to keep the intentions of the Reichstag in mind when he's choosing his favorites. Depending on whether there was an obvious coalition in the Reichstag or if it was fractured, Reichskanzlers have since wavered between partisan politicians and the tolerable favorites of the Kaiser. Additionally, the Reichskanzler is now responsible for all political actions of the Kaiser. The members of the Reichstag can now simultaneously be members of the government, and declarations of war as well as peace treaties now require the Reichstag's assent. The minimum voting age of 25 was reduced to 21, and redistricting of the Reichstag constituencies took place, reducing the power of enlarged rural constituencies and establishing multi-member constituencies in major cities, where partial proportional voting reigns. Finally, though it was implemented a year prior rather than during the March reforms of 1920, the despised three-class franchise in Prussia was replaced with a system already tested in Saxony and other constituent German states: plural voting, a system in which each citizen starts with 1 vote but can get up to 8 votes through fulfilling certain wealth and education qualifications. Though much less imbalanced, it nonetheless helps contain social democratic and liberal momentum in Prussia. Okay, so I guess that's our position in Germany. So like, it's supposed to be like a golden age for Germany. I don't know. We're constitutional. We're democratic. Wilhelm over here is maybe a little bit I don't know. 50% stability is okay. But maybe he's not Mecha Wilhelm II destroying everything. Let's see what we got here. So we are Cabinet Dirksen. We got 21% party popularity, which is not great. That's kind of a low number. March leads to April. The March reforms to the Bismarckian Constitution approved in 1920 after the fall of the OHL regime laid the groundwork for a new era of genuine constitutionalism in the German Empire. A post-war consensus soon developed under the so-called March coalition of liberal parties and Zentrum, which sought to retain the achievements of March, tactically cooperate with the left or the right to prevent either of them from gaining power, and finalize the glorious conclusion to the Weltpolitik. Content with keeping the SPD and DVLP away from the chancellorship, Wilhelm II endorsed this consensus, approving their chancellors and offering cooperative ones elsewhere. This consensus has come to an end. Decline of the liberal Volksparty, the arrogant and toady attitude of the Chancellor Herbert von Dirksen, and growth of the Reichstag's permanent opposition have all contributed to its death. In mid-1935, the March coalition dissolved, and the Chancellor now has almost no support in the Reichstag. I guess that explains their popularity, doesn't it? Defying expectations, the SPD and DVLP refused to call for a vote of no confidence against the Chancellor, intending to leave him to rot in the skeletal throne until the elections to the Reichstag this April. The beginning of April will cause the death of the March. Oof. So we still have victors of the Weltkrieg, so we're going to get negative 75% experience gain and negative command power multiplier. So I think that's like the same as we had previously. So we won the wars for a little bit arrogant and stuck in our ways. Deutsches Weltreich, so that's kind of, I think there used to be a similar one like that too. It was like, it wasn't victors of the Weltkrieg, but there was definitely one that increased our surrender limit. And we have trade deal opinion factor plus 100%, but we also lose 20% war support. The German Empire is at the top of the world. Its rivals and enemies from 20 years ago have fallen to revolution, surrendered their empires, or gone into steep decline. All the roads of this new world lead to Berlin, the economic, cultural, and political heart of Europe. Our mission is to defend this new world with all of our might, as our enemies are numerous. And if we've played this game before in Kaiserreich mod, then we know for sure the enemies of the Reich certainly are numerous, aren't they, boys? Oh, look at that. Christmas spike. Consumer goods factories, negative 30%. That is a massive number. And 25% construction speed, also a massive number. Years of speculative investment and the proliferation of high-value German government bonds have created a massive bull market in the Berlin Stock Exchange. The stock index of Imperial Statistical Office is reporting record spikes in stock market price, creating a volatile yet highly profitable market. Money is flowing fast and is rapidly funneled into savings, investments, or generally even greater speculation. The consensus is that the spike in the stock price will either last forever or for just long enough that everyone can get their money's worth. Well, boys, like we'll see. That's obviously not going to hold. We got unfortunately Monday comes after Sunday, doesn't it, boys? And sometimes it's a bit black. Fruits of the open door, so that's like the legation city thing. So we get a little minor buff on top of that. And we are a member of Middle Europa. So I saw they have this whole like Middle Europa thing over here because the Ottomans are part of it. That you can like push for policies and stuff. We'll see. Occupied territories. We got Ceylon still. Okay. So we got our rubbers from Ceylon. Flanders, Wallonia. So I guess we have some Flanders, Wallonian clay. Fair enough. Madagascar. Yes, we still have the base on Madagascar. Princely Federation. So we got one base over here, it looks like. And then Somalia. Yeah, again, I saw that too when we were playing in Africa. So we still have the on the Horn of Africa, or just above the Horn. We still got their base in Djibouti there. So that's okay. No one's really resisting. We got our 70% compliance, and Cav template's probably what we want for that. Subjects. We got Flanders, Wallonia. We have the Finns. I don't remember the Finns being an autonomous puppet of Germany. That might be new. We have the Middle Africans. Poland is a puppet. Again, I don't think that was true before. We have the UBD. We have Litwa. Of course, Poland's hat. Of course, we have Litwa. They're over here. I guess, can you really call them Poland's hat if Poland is this tiny in the Kaiserreich timeline? I don't know. That's like a little bit weird. We have the Ukrainian state. We have the White Russians. We have German East Asia. With Helmuth, probably, still. And we have Morocco. We have volunteer only. We have expert focus. And we have toaster economy. For advisors, we have Dirksen, who gives us negative political power gain. That's not great. Trading time, we're not going to be trading anything, so that probably doesn't matter. We get 5% stability. 100% stability we've got, boys. It's quite nice. And then we have Siegfried von Rodern. It gives us some recruitable pop and 5% construction speed. That's not bad, but I guess these guys can't be changed out. Looks like we got like a bunch of other guys to choose from. Ooh, Reichskanzler in Prussia. I think I've seen a picture of that on the Reddit. I don't know what that does. Spymaster. Yeah, I don't know. We can look at that later. MIOs. We got a bunch of these over here. Military industrial complexes, guys. I've been finding that to be like a little bit annoying. I'm not going to lie. Not the greatest. Alright, so we got that. Decisions. We got the legation city stuff. Like, this all seems like pretty generic. Agency. We do have an agency already created, so that's nice. We have 4 research slots. Let's check what we got. So we got the 1936 rifle. We have trucks. We have Marines. We have Mountaineers. That's pretty normal for major. We got engineers. We got recon. We got basic train. We got light and heavy tank and the first armor and engine upgrades. So that's pretty nice to have those already. We have anti-air. We have artillery, and we have anti-tank. We have 1936 hulls. We have all of them. We have the inclined belt armor scheme. We have depth charges. We have smoke generators already researched as well. So that's a bit nice. We also have the armored cruiser and the dreadnought. On the support tab, we have just below the 1936 for all of our guns. We have the improved ship torpedo launcher. We do have transports, so we don't have to research those naval invade, and we got some mine warfare techs. We have the medium and small airframe. Bomb locks, light machine guns, air-launched torpedoes. We already got the aircraft construction and the first 2 engine upgrades, so that's like a decent amount of air that we have there. Engineering, we don't have anything. Industry, we have fuel storage and the first fuel refining tech. So what do we want to pick for our researches? I guess maybe we'll decide that later. International market, probably won't be doing too much with that. Trade. So I'm kind of noticing that it looks like so we do have 179 oil from Azerbaijan. That probably just hasn't come in yet. So we probably will have a crap ton of oil. Pretty good amount of aluminum. We got our rubbers from Ceylon. Not a whole lot of tungsten. We got a metric fuck ton of steel, and we have like a tiny splash of chromium. Construction for factory counts. We have 29 mills, 12 dockyards, 79 cities, of which we have to pay 21 in consumer goods. Production lines. Interwar medium tank chassis. That's interesting that they give us a line of medium tank chassis already. And I guess you could use like some dispersed industry to like try and flip that, get that to like a basic medium tank or something. Save yourself a bit of production efficiency. Probably don't want to bother building most of these ships. And then like basic small, like your starting planes are usually worthless, so like probably don't want to build those either. Let's check our variants. So what do we have here for our vehicles? So we have the SPPZ1 Ausf A. We got heavy machine gun. Yeah, you really want like a close support gun on here, unfortunately, but we got the heavy machine gun. Basic radio, we got basic turret, gas engine, riveted armor, 5 engine upgrade. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's not the worst. It's not the worst tank. I would have preferred a close support gun though. We have the Heer Panzerwagen 2. So this has a close support gun, and it's got it's got all the turrets, boys. Look at that. I got 3 fucking heavy machine gun turrets on there too. That's interesting. And then we have the medium tank. There's a tiny cannon and a tiny turret. Yeah, it's not that exciting. I think we're gonna cancel building these planes. We don't need these. That's probably not worth it. Probably don't need medium tanks. 3 factories on the Opel Blitz might be a bit. I mean, I should probably look at our templates, but I think this is probably fine. So we'll get 5 factories on here. I'll get some experience, and we'll change that so it has a small cannon on our light tank. I could use that for our volunteers. Probably want to build trains. Like, why don't they give us a starting line of trains? Like, you need trains. I think 1 factory on trains is probably good enough. So like, kind of bizarre. I don't think I've seen a country yet where they give you a starting production line of trains. I don't like that. I'm not a huge fan. And then, do you want one on AA? Like, I mean, like AA would probably be like okay to have, I guess. Like, so we got 4 more facts. What are our templates like? Before I allocate those, like, check out our templates. So we have infantry division. This is 18 width sport RD engineers. Okay. Truck division, 18 width trucks. Cav, 12 width cav. Auslands Festungskommando. He's a 12 width inf. 12 width marines. 12 width mountaineers. And our Panzer division, like this is super wacky. 18 width, 3 medium, 3 light, 3 motorized. So despite having motorized and our level 5 engine light tank, we have this division with 5.1 kilometers per hour speed. Like, what were they smoking when they came up with this division, I wonder? So we'll have to change that around. Like, we don't want these shit medium tanks in our divisions. So we got that. So we don't really need, excuse me, probably don't really need that much artillery. We can go maybe 3. Get 3 on the anti-air, like maybe the last one to rifles. I think that'll be okay. I think 3 on trucks might be like a little bit overkill, but I do want to make sure that we are able to fill our logistics requirements. Maybe 3 on anti-air is like a bit conservative too. I do kind of want to have anti-air. I tend to build air light, but I mean, Germany, of course, is a country that we can contest where we want. I hope, but we'll go like that. We'll see how that gets us. Tax, so we'll get this. Get the machine tools. Of course, we get machine tools. We get construction. We get the electronic engineering. And then I'll leave my 4th research slot floating for now. And we want to build factories. I guess we probably should build some factories here too. Black Monday's probably going to drop our shit down. I would like to get some fuel storage. I think like usually I try to bank as like a major, like somewhere between like half a mil to a mil fuel, and that helps me smooth out my curve, so you don't have to have all these convoys like, you know, bringing your fuel in. How's it going, Mr. Shaco? You need a lot of destroyers to protect a lot of convoys, but we'll I don't know. We'll just play it safe. We'll build some civilian factories. We have quite the spike at the start of the game, so maybe we'll be able to finish something. There's an 80. I guess that looks okay. We can micro that if we have to. We'll probably play on a slower speed. So we'll do that. And then let's get our focus. Is my game gonna crash? My game might crash. No, it's okay. Okay, so focuses. What do we got here? We got Cabinet Schleicher, which we can't do. So I guess we got a whole thing for our boy Kurt. Like maybe he'll get to be Reichskanzler. We got Regime of the Red General. So he's got like a whole thing that he can do too. Pax Germanica. Excuse me. So I guess we have that. We have to win the war for that. So we don't have that. That's still like quite a lot of stuff. Master of the World, which we can start on. Can't do any of this stuff. So you have European Brotherhood or Leading the Flock. We're on the track to Demokratische Union. And this is, I see some other thing. Okay, so like, we're going to be path locked over here. So I don't really want to get too much into this because I don't necessarily know what path I'm going to wind up on. And then we have military reform, which we also can't do until I guess we've picked a political direction. So not only is this focus tree like fucking massive, it's like you're also locked out of most of it. It's like you're kind of railroaded to just pick Master of the World, I guess. You don't have a choice, so you have to do it. So we'll get Welt Politik, which gives us negative 25% guarantee, which is kind of weird to see. We can hold a summit for peace. Okay, decision. And we get 2 max volunteer force divisions. So like, I guess we'll go ahead and do that. I guess we should probably read the description too. The Weltkrieg and the British Revolution made one fact known. We have risen to the peak of our power and influence, and it is lonely at the top. We, the master of the world, have earned the place in the sun we deserve, and our duty today is to defend it. Enemies far and wide seek to topple the German eagle, so we must always strike back. Okay, fair enough. You gotta maintain your place at the top, right? I guess we could just get some agency upgrades. Like we're on like toaster economy anyways, so like there's not really all that much else to do with our factories. It's gonna be super productive. If we're gonna get upgrades, I think now is probably the time to do it. Like anti-partisan is pretty good. Psychological warfare is like super good too. Like once you start actually conquering things, I think. So we're gonna grab. Let's grab psychological warfare for now. Start grabbing some agency upgrades, and let's check out what we have to work with in terms of our military might here. Our division's cap is also only 125 right now, because that'll have to get higher, hopefully, once we start mobilizing. So we've got 2 units of Mountaineers. One of them's got some extra experience. 59 units of infantry. These are all regulars with 1 unit with extra experience. We have 4 units of cavalry. 2 of those really fugly tank templates. 5 truck divisions and a marine division. On the Air Force side, so we've got like, what are these, TAC bombers? Yes, we got quite a few bombers. I don't see any carrier aircraft here, so I guess we don't have Guess we don't have any carriers, so that's interesting. Let's get our heirs. Let's get our heir to like actually do some training. But we got like we have all that Azeri oil, so like we might as well fucking get some air experience, right, boys? So we'll do that. And our navy here. So you have this right away. Seems like a decent size, smaller than like I remember the navy being, with only like 100 and like 30 some vessels. I seem to remember that being able to get like over 200 at the starting army or starting navy. I mean to say. So you got 8 battleships. How are these arranged? They're just like fucking all over the place here. Merge those together. Where are these guys? Oh, these are like your colonial fleets, I guess. Guys, you know you got death stack, right, boys? You got death stack your navy. So we'll merge all this shit together. And we'll see we have maybe like a little bit later after we start the game. Alright, so we're gonna go up to like maybe 3 speed. And we'll see what happens. There'll probably be some event spam at the start. Telling us how like super awesome we are, like having a place in the sun, being like, you know, big dick energy over here in Kaiserreich world. We got additional civilian factories immediately, so that's probably from trade. I don't know, whatever, I'll take it. Let's start building some more civies then. There were some maybe in the 60s. Or maybe that was their national spirit kicking in, I don't know. I think maybe I'll juggle the electromech research. I was going to look for like if we had any research bonuses. But we don't get to see a military tree until much. I guess I actually really probably should do that. So we have initiate military reform. And I guess these don't really seem to be path locks. It looks like we can take whatever. W system. So you get military factory construction speed, dockyard construction speed, silo construction speed. 100% research bonus for military or infantry weapons. Stack of factories and industry bonus. Stack of dockyards. A 1 year ahead of time reduction for production technology. That's pretty good. So you get 100% bonus here, and then you get. So like if we can get like. So if we can get this at 1937, we can 100% bonus this, and then ahead of time that. If we get another industry bonus too, we might be able to go ahead of time to the 1943 tack. I mean that'd be kind of nice. That's a little bit spicy, maybe. Synthetic refinery. Build a railroad, build some air bases. So we got another 100% and ahead of time research bonus for infantry weapons. So like that's pretty good. Rocket artillery developments, more rocketry shit. Self-propelled artillery, soft attack 10%, and a bonus for support artillery. That's interesting. Yeah, it's always because you need the artillery to get the better tank guns now. I don't know if I would go SPGs though. I think 10% attack. I don't know if that makes up for like the like just having a weaker unit than a line tank. Yeah, TNO, Shire, Black Monday minigame. Yeah, probably. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. It's PokerReich, except Poker's probably got the more in-depth card game. So we got another. Another research bonus for armor. Research time plus 25%. I think that seems like a debuff, doesn't it? But it's green, so it seems like it should be a bonus. And 10% cost reduction for 10% or for 365 days. I mean, that's okay. Anti-tank. So we get 2. If anti-tank upgrade has been researched, we get 2 100% research bonuses for anti-tank. So that's anti-tank upgrade. I think that's the first one over here. Yeah. So if we get that, we get 2 100% bonuses. Like we could potentially rush down here to get the improved medium cannon. I don't know if I like that. I mean, like that's an option to get the improved medium cannon, but like Improved medium howitzer is kind of better, and like the medium howitzer I think is still that you get here. I think is still better from the soft attack than the improved medium cannon. So again in single player that seems like not great. Surpass syndicalist piercing, so we get extra armor. And another research bonus, okay. Get a nuke reactor, get the Enigma machine, cool. So like we do get some tank and artillery research bonuses here. Adapting to modernity, so we get some event. It doesn't tell us what we're going to get from that event, but we get one. The grip of the Altgardisten. You can afford expending the necessary grip of the Altgardisten in this focus. So it's gonna be like another fucking minigame we have to play probably, it looks like, for dealing with some military clicks. Max speed minus 10%. We get recon, infantry division attack. I mean, that seems kind of shit. Mobile artillery. Artillery attack and motorized artillery speed. We have tanks. We have tanks for these things. We don't need fucking motorized artillery. Infantry division attack, own combat width, breakthrough. Oh, this is kind of interesting. Like if you want to do an infantry run, like you get the combat width reduction, we could stack that on mass assault to get like additional combat width. We try and do some memes with the reinforce rate memes, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. So is this like we're gonna have to pick one of these? And this just seems way better to go W system if that's the case. Yearning for Kane. This is going to help our victors of the Weltkrieg out a bit. That's important. Do we have to do like, okay, so we do this, and there's like another one. Is there another one down here that's going to reduce us? Not sure. Maybe you get a 25% reduction here. So you come down here to clear victors of the Weltkrieg, I guess. We get a research bonus for trucks. We can get mech. And we get mech production costs. So these reductions only last for 365 days, though. That kind of sucks. Like, if you compare that to, like, Evil France. When Evil France goes, like... I played Evil France a few times single player, too, like, since the update. But they get the... they get mass motorizations. Like, they just get these straight-up buffs. Like, if they go for tanks, they get their buffs, production costs here, that's just forever. And they come down here too, they get the negative 15% cost reduction on mech, they just get that forever too. So like, this seems kind of mediocre in comparison, but we'll see. Relief card deals. Like some more minigame nonsense. Okay, so I looked at the wrong thing. It was down here. Oh, Universal Panzer. What the fuck is this? Okay, so you get, guys, look at this, guys. You get 2 100% research bonuses for armor after you already won the fucking World War. Great, guys. That's useful. What the fuck are they thinking? Like, you probably already get, like, your game's like pretty much already won at that point. That's like a little bit pointless, I think. So where were we? We're over here. Yearning for Kane. We get some cost reductions. We get general. Get a research slot over here. Breakthrough 10%. Breakthrough is good, but like you don't usually have problems with breakthrough with tank division. Still, I find. Research speed. 10%. That's like, you know, that's decent, and you get another bonus. You get 2 100% armor bonuses there. You get like an armor bonus here, and you get like more armor bonuses over here. Like they're just like, you get tons of armor bonuses. I'm assuming some of these have to be mutually exclusive. So we get 2 Panzer divisions with 6 medium tank, and 4 motorized battalions. 1 support artillery support group, 1 engineer support group, 1 motorized recon group. So that's nice. You get Panzer divisions. And Orglossal moving minus 10% is also pretty nice. I like that. So we get 5% recovery rate, or we can get ground attack factor plus 10%. I'm not sure what that means. If that's supposed to be extra damage to forts or something. That kind of makes sense, but I'm not quite. I've never seen that before. Ground attack factor. Radar technology. So I guess it'd be nice too, because you can come down here and get Amtracs with that ahead of time research bonus. And you got artillery attack too. It's kind of geez, it's not great, but what do we got here? Armor division attack 10%, super good. Like so clearly, yeah. So clearly we go mechanized wave. Yeah, and then we get another armor research bonus. 100% research bonus for anti-tank. We get Yag Panzer. Like yeah, whatever. Like. If we could get I think it's just too hard to rush down here to get the advanced heavy cannon, like really make that desirable. Like I think realistically the best you can do for like your tank is to get the medium howitzer for single player, and like the fastest way to get that is just come down here. Like when I was playing France, I was trying to get some of the artillery boosts to get like the improved medium cannon down here. Like you get that like a year earlier on the anti-tank path. So even though the anti-tank technology is useless, you do get like the improved medium cannon earlier here than if you go down the regular artillery line. But even then, that's still not as good as like the improved medium howitzer that you got here. So I don't know. I think the anti-tank technology is still kind of a miss for me in single player. It's still garbage. Do we get anything else over here about the victors of the Weltkrieg? Maybe they're not mutually exclusive. That'd be fucking wild, wouldn't it, boys? Lots of stuff to click. So I don't know. We'll keep going with this, and then I think we'll probably maybe hard research, because I don't know where we get access to those research bonuses too is a problem as well. So you get voting rights in the legation council. That's nice. Some things change, some things stay the same. So we get Kerensky. Ooh, maybe this is a little bit changed. So. Chairman of the Senate Alexander Kerensky has just been shot dead on the stairs of the Senate building in the Kremlin. While the assailant's motives are unknown, Kerensky has acted as the de facto leader of the Russian opposition, blocking President Boris Savinkov's attempts to further centralize Russia. Uh-oh, you don't want to stand in front of Savinkov, Chan. That's not a smart idea. The Democratic opposition has already accused Savinkov and his followers for engineering Kerensky's murder. The investigation of the assassination has been left to the Duma, largely made up of Savinkov's party members. The party will investigate itself, boys, which has sparked protests in major cities. It remains to be seen whether Savinkov can weather the storm. Apparently, this is a normal thing for him. We get Kerensky's worth 2% world tension. The value of a life, boys. I'll probably have to send volunteers to the league. Probably also I guess I can get my XP to swap my tank templates around using the power over using volunteers. Aftermath of the assassination. The shots firing on the streets of Moscow yesterday marked the first unexpected event this year, and has struck Germany directly as in their aftermath. The German ambassador in Moscow, Friedrich Werner von der Schluenberg, received an invitation from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to negotiate on the future of the Russia-German relations. The upcoming expiry of the Vilnius Agreement and the fate of the large German investments in Russia were the main topics of discussion. However, the contents of the Russian note were leaked to the press by a clerk in the embassy, and instantly embellished with second-hand rumors of fear-mongering about planned nationalizations of German investments, or possibly even a road to war. No, there's no way Russia would invade us. That would be silly. That would never happen. The stocks of companies with large investments in Russia, especially heavy industry giants such as Krupp AG and Rheinmetall, began to tremble in the aftermath, and what so far has been a stock-steady market price has turned to a volatile market. Interventions by key stock market brokers and banks, such as the Association of Berlin Banks and Bankers, prevented a stock market crash, but faith of the investors has taken a sharp dive. In the midst of this flurry of economic news, few are asking the question of what could await Eastern Europe in the future. For 2 decades, Russia has been seen as an unstable Eastern buffer whose great power ambitions have been permanently shattered. but perhaps it was not as permanent as people thought. How could Russia be a threat to Germany again? Ooh, 10% stability, yikes. So I guess it was Kerensky. You know, Kerensky decided to eat a bullet, and now we're going to have Black Monday. It was all his fault all along. Fuck that guy. Savinkov maybe had the right idea there. I don't know. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe it's Savinkov. Because like he killed Kerensky, and then Kerensky caused the stock market crash by dying. So I guess that would make it Savinkov's fault, wouldn't it? Dick. So I think we'll probably juggle the electromech engineering. Or maybe I want to go. Maybe I'll want to go right after. We'll get the additional research speed. We can get that right after maybe, and then hard research tank. Not sure about the math on that. Reichstag Schwall 1936. One after another, moderate chancellors perpetuating the consensus of the March Constitution have ruled the Kaiserreich since the 1920s. Solf, Erzberger, Posadowski, Brockdorff, Rantzau, Marx, Bernstorff. That does not mean that there has been no opposition to the consensus, however. A permanent opposition of two parties has been lurking on the sidelines for years, despite their popular appeal. Eyed with suspicion by the Kaiser and the political establishment, they await the end of this consensus with glee. The elections of 1936 may prove to be what they have waited for so long, a path to power. On the left, the Social Democrats had been one of the main champions of the March reforms and took it as a victory, yet grew increasingly estranged from their liberal Catholic allies during the 20s. The dream of an SPD chancellor never came about due to the Kaiser's reluctance, and the end of Brockdorff's Grand Coalition saw the SPD move to the opposition again. A plurality in the Reichstag is a priority, but so is dealing with the worrying growth of the right. If the conservatives take advantage of the fall of the March Constitution, or the March Coalition, then the democratic rights which the German people have finally achieved in 1920 may fall under threat. The German Fatherland Party is a party of the new breed of the right, not the agrarian aristocracy of the DKP or the petty one-note politics of the pre-war anti-Semites, but a party of the radical middle class, the yellow workers and the nationalist masses, officially established in 1919, but born in 1917 as an all-national organization campaigning for wartime unity. Due to its connections with the Tirpitz Circle, the OHL dictatorship and secret plots to overthrow the Kaiser during the war, it's eyed with suspicion by everyone, be it Wilhelm II or other parties. But times have changed, and disappointment with the March Coalition can easily benefit the DVLP. Not powerful enough to achieve a majority itself, it will need to build a grand coalition of the right, which will mean compromising some of their national revolutionary principles. But a step forward is better than no step at all, right? DVLP. Okay, so wait, what is this? I have to pick a side for an elections minigame. Huh. What if I don't want to elect a radical party? What if I want to be Kurt von Schleicher? If I want to be our boy KVP? I guess I don't have an option. I have to pick something. So, let's see. I got two dice here. I got a blue die and I got a red die, and we're gonna roll them. And if the blue gets higher, we'll go with the DVLP. If the red gets higher, we'll go with SPD. I think that's fair, right? And I got 4 on both, so we'll do a reroll. All right, I got a 6 for the DVLP and only a 2 for the Reds that time. So we will we'll play the DVLP. I gotta remember to juggle this too. I think I might just go straight for the medium tank tech. I think that seems reasonable. We'll tick up the speed one more tick. Whoa, okay. Boris Savinkov is sad. That's not supposed to happen, boys. Boris Savinkov, president of the Russian Republic since 1934, is dead in an attempt to flee the capital after massive protests broke out. His car was blown up while he was in it, and he succumbed to his injuries shortly after. In the wake of his assassination, a power vacuum has opened up, and the national populist government, once pioneered by Savinkov, has collapsed. The new chairman of the Senate, Viktor Chernov, has been sworn in as the interim president, but his rule has already been challenged by the right and the military. You fear that a socialist revolution may be imminent. It is ironic, isn't it? Like, you know, like you kill Kerensky and now you get blown up in your car. That's rough. Live by the political violence, die by the political violence, I suppose. R.I.P. Mr. Savinkov. The people have to reject this madness. The Totalist Charter, all right. So we master the world now. Political power gain is actually pretty atrocious. I suppose I didn't check these. War support is also not that great. So do I have enough to go up to... I do have enough to get up to early mode. If we can scrape together 150 PP. The Pritwitz plan. So we got some more stuff we can do here now, boys. Pritwitz plan. The Ambassador of the United States, Friedrich Wilhelm von Pritwitz and Gaffron, has noted the deplorable economic and social situation in America and has predicted the vast conflict may break out across the Union soon. A second American Civil War. Jeez, that'd be wild, wouldn't it? If nothing is done to stop it. For that, he has drafted a plan for an interest-free loan to the U.S. to aid their economic recovery and curtail socialist growth. So we can like help America. I don't know if we really care about that too much. It's 21 days to do that. It appears a civil war in the United States is inevitable. A last resort is to make sure that the socialists are suppressed by military force. Through our contacts in German-American organizations, we can foster the formation of the loyalist self-defense militias, which will rise up for the anti-socialist forces in the Civil War. So you can be like a little bit of a shit disturber there, I guess. We can get some army trickle experience for different. That's not bad. We got that. So you can get South American allies. Every non-subject country in the Americas will grant us 2 off-map cities and will receive dividends in exchange. Okay, that's interesting. We can do colonial budgets. Their colonies are like having a bad time over in the colonies, so we can give them some factory output, dockyard output for that's a long time, and like we're gonna get hit by Black Monday before that. The weekly manpower, consumer goods factories, production efficiency cap, factory output. It's weekly stability. Economic health of the country is above or equal to -5. Like, is that like a thing I have over here? So you've got the okay. So I guess we got this mini game now. We got some more. So we'll have to look at some decisions later. Looks like we got some new ones that popped up. Do the second expedition to China. So this would also get us an experience trickle. But this has to be after the League War breaks out. We can go to Constantinople, so we can get some more XP trickle there. Deal with the Balkans. The Mediterranean, okay. So it looks like we got like quite a bit of XP trickle coming down over here, which we might want because like we have the victors of the Weltkrieg. We're just gonna fuck us over a little bit. So that would be okay. That's interesting. Treaty of Metz. So we maybe wanted to treat that. Maybe we want to pull that after world tension gets higher. Like, there's no other prerequisites. Yourselves a bunch of forts. Get some more experience trickle. Buying time with spies. We get an extra spy operative, okay. Okay. So there's a bunch of other stuff here I guess we can do to try and reduce world tension. Let's get the build the Ostwall. Like, so it gives them a bonus to land fort construction speed. Does that then compel them to build land forts, or is that just like a waste of my time? Doesn't really say. There's some railroads. It can be like a shitbag and control people's economies. Defense cooperation. We can get some more experience gain. So these are all pretty quick focuses. These are all like 21 days. A lot of them. Well, I don't know if this is such a great idea because like it's going to cost us a lot for financing the colonies. Like if we're going to do that, that'd probably be after Black Monday. But like if Black Monday hits, we're probably going to not have the economic health to do that. Fuck, I can't remember when Black Monday is either. It's 21 days even going to be enough time? I don't know. We have to do this before the Civil War begins. I think that's like sometime in June. That's a waste. You want to get the extra spy. You start running some ops. I mean, you probably do want to run collaboration government operations in Russia just so we don't have to be, so it's not just a pain in the ass to capitulate. It's probably smart to do that. We need an extra spy. We probably can't afford any missions though, because like our economy is going to be shit after Black Monday. Tough. I don't know. I gotta pick something. Just let's help the Americans, I guess. Sure, whatever. Get that out of the way. I mean, probably I should have got the spy focus, but you know, whatever. It's not a huge deal. We got King Eddie VIII. Just gonna pause for a second here. I need another beverage. We should also probably look at these decisions we got here too. So consolidate control of Hesse. So we are allowed to take a total of 3 of the unlocked campaign decisions. I guess we'll just read the whole fucking thing, guys. Look at this fucking novel we have here. Okay. Elections to the Reichstag of the German Empire are scheduled on April 10th, 1936. So they're coming. A tumultuous term finishing with even more tumultuous final 4 months. Centrifugal forces from the left and right threaten to rip apart the political consensus established in the empire ever since the end of the Weltkrieg, and few know who will come out on top in its place. I like how they said centrifugal forces, right? It's like you're pushing it to the outside, like away from the center. I think that's a nice use of that word. I haven't seen that before. It's cute. The Reichstag is elected in the first past the post constituencies with universal, equal, and secret vote. The March reforms of 1920 adjusted the electoral system somewhat, establishing additional constituencies and creating multi-member constituencies in major German cities, turning the system more heterogeneous and bringing the number of seats to 445. Events taking place during the election period will be able to strengthen or weaken one of the competing parties. 223 seats are required from a majority. The projected results are as follows. So it looks like our comrades in the SPD are doing pretty good. We get 5 seats. The DKP. 3 additional seats if we get DKP for there. We can do Mutual Run Support Pact. Zentrum. Minor Liberals. Far-right candidates will turn 2 additional seats. Challenge urban socialist dominance. And then Ostpolitik. Our empire in the east spans from the Baltic to the Black Sea. The Ostat are a pragmatic mix of de facto client states held in line half by our strength, half by their fear of Russia. We must constantly monitor the political developments and react when necessary. Poland may be one of our most loyal subjects for now, but there is no guarantee this will remain the case. We must carefully consider our investments in Poland to guarantee their loyalty and economic cooperation. Predicted election outcome for August the 4th supporters. Slim majority. German influence, which like, do we want German influence to decrease? Like, is that good for us? Like, we're paying for it, so I imagine it must. Well, we can't afford that. Huh. We'll leave that alone for now. I'm not sure if we really care too much about that. So we got to do this shit over here. So I'll just do that. We'll get 5 seats. Sure, DKP, sure, whatever. I probably should read these. So, our predecessors, the scattered anti-Semite party, have historically held numerous constituencies in Hesse, and its nationalist rural population can be swayed to our side. Overcoming the local liberals and socialists, we can strengthen our base and sweep our upswing constituencies. We did that. I think we should probably challenge urban socialist dominance. Like, fuck those urban socialist motherfuckers, right? The large industrial cities have historically been dominated by the socialist parties, but does not mean that they will be socialist ruled forever. There is a large growing mass of patriotic middle class which despise the encroachment of the left and the proletariat, and are swayed by parties like us and the Deutsche Völkische Partei. Tapping into them can turn the safe constituencies into swing constituencies. Let's do that. I could take one more. Minor Libs. Get Zentrum and Agrarian. That gives us Zentrum and Agrarian as well too. Or no, I don't. It's DKP and DVLP. Let's go with whatever. Conservatives and the Fatherland Party are the 2 hegemons of the right, and it becomes increasingly certain that they will need to cooperate, if not even to unite, to bring the German right back to power. For now, however, we can begin constructing our alliance through a pact of runoff support should one of our candidates get to the second round in the constituency. Both parties will endorse them to ensure that right-wing voters turn out for them. Sure, we'll do that. So we've done our 3 picks there. How's it going, David? All right, so we do that, and then I think we can continue with the clock. Maybe I should train. Get like a little bit of experience. I want to at least put a close support gun on our one tank. Logistics are still green, so we can kind of afford to do that. Should also train our navy too. 10 years after the intervention. For the past month, the Berlin Stock Exchange has been in volatile plateau, and some voices, such as Walther von Rathenau, have already predicted an impending stock market crash, though others are skeptical of such doomsaying. Still, a sense of unease permeates the markets, and trading volumes are relatively subdued. Come on, guys, trade. Until now, when a 1-2 punch dealt a second severe blow to the stability of the stock market. Oh, that's not what I wanted to read. After forced audits by the Reichswirtschaftsamt, Imperial Economic Office, that's a mouthful to say, numerous instances of fraud have been revealed among companies operating in German East Asia. The deplorable finances of their eastern branches are being hidden by fudging numbers, and the same fudging was used to avoid taxes. Just in time, when a retired official from German East Asia, Franz Bruninghaus, published a piece in the Berliner Tageblatt titled 10 Years After the Intervention, referring to the German intervention in China with an expeditionary force to topple the Kuomintang's northern expedition. In an alarmist piece describing the failure of German foreign policy in East Asia and stating that the instability in the League of 8 Provinces is the fuse which will set off an explosion of socialist and anti-concessionist revolts in China, threatening all German investments in China. For a market whose stability is already wobbling, this was not good news to wake up to. Investors began pulling out of affected companies in droves, causing a dip in overall stock price. A flurry in trading on German government bonds occurred as exposed investors needing liquidity sold them to other less exposed institutions seeking stabler investments. If this continues, it could lead to the greatest stock market crash in German history. But what could be done to stop it? Ooh. So not only is Savinkov conspiring against us by killing Kerensky to fuck over our stock market, Helmuth can't keep his shit together in Singapore, can he? Helmuth. Traitors everywhere. Alright, we got Psycho Warfare. Viktor Chernov appointed interim president. The power vacuum in Russia has seemingly ended. Backed by a coalition of SR and other left-wing Republicans, Viktor Chernov has been appointed as interim president of Russia despite immense pressure from the Duma and military. New elections are to be held in the next year, but for now it is safe to assume the Russian liberal democracy has prevailed. We have democratic Russia. Well, good luck, Chernov-chan. We're going to juggle this. We'll go... I think I want to hard research that. They seem to already have close support gun unlocked, which is like, where did I get that from? It's weird, because like it says you need this to have close support gun, but like I definitely saw that. I'm going to make a new variant of this guy, and then we would do close support gun. So like I have this available. It's like, that's weird. I mean, I'm not sure where you get that from then. So I guess I don't need to rush that, so we'll go ahead and we will grab the 1938. 1938? 1938 medium tank. Yeah, yes. Research that. So MIO, again, this is like a new thing. I'm not really a huge fan. Let's see what we got. Max speed, fuel usage, defense, liability, resource penalty. Agency cap, I like production efficiency gain. Like I like having like that might be good. Like just get rid of ourselves like a lot of shit. Let's go with Krupp, I guess. Ooh, let's get to efficiency gain 15%. Reliability, maybe actually we want that. Light, medium, and modern. We go with Daimler. That looks interesting too. I don't think I've seen this particular pattern before on the MIO. So I think we'll go with these guys over here. Benz and C. Let's go with those guys. And then we will juggle our electromech engineering. Get that faster. Bold. Look at these guys. These guys aren't even anime girls. What are they doing here? They'd be caught for sure. Let's go with that guy. You counter intel for now. We'll go for the anti-partisan. Impasse in the Reichstag. In the Frankfurter Zeitung, Walther von Rathenau has repeated his call for action, demanding the government to impose a week-long temporary bank holiday from Monday, February 3rd onwards, which would take the heat off an overheated market and allow tension in the air to cease. News of this proposal reached the president of the Reichsbank, Hjalmar Schacht, who forwarded the proposal to Chancellor Herbert von Dirksen. The two statesmen consequently spent the weekend trying to organize an emergency response to an impending economic collapse. Meanwhile, a meeting of the Reichstag's party leaders on Saturday was fruitless. However, though the parliamentary leaders all agreed on the necessity to act decisively, they disagreed on the specifics, and ultimately the two largest opposition leaders, Hermann Müller of the SPD and Ulrich von Hassel of the DVLP, were anticipating an economic downfall, as the blame for it would not fall upon them, but especially upon LVP, DKP, Zentrum, and the Chancellor. In the end, stating that getting a few plutocrats bankrupt might just leave Germany better off, Müller accused the March coalition of creating the conditions for the crash in the first place and ended the meeting. Despite they're desperate and disheartened by the political impasse, Schlacht chose to act independently. On Sunday, the Reichsbank published a note declaring that access to credit within the Reichsbank will henceforth be based on their primary coverage ratio, and temporarily suspended the Reichsmark's convertibility to gold. His goal is to bring long-term stability to the market by minimizing the damage done to the banks in a stock market crash. But on the last day before Monday, it has sown terror in the market and neutered the role of the Reichsbank as a lender of last resort. Let's hope Monday. Oh no, guys! When you play Kaiserreich, you never want Monday. You never want to bank on Monday bringing you good news, do you? 75 PP. We're never gonna get our fucking economy law up, are we? Fuck. Who cares about Afghanistan? Brack Monday. Oh, geez. On 3rd February 1936, the Berlin Stock Exchange stopped sinking. It plunged. Fueled by the instability of the market, panic selling erupted as soon as the stock market opened on Monday morning. It took well into the night for the teleprinters to stop sputtering out the results of what would be known as Black Monday. When the results had been analyzed, it was clear the situation had only gotten worse. The shock of this unprecedented economic catastrophe will no doubt be felt over the entire world. The German Golden Age has ended, for now at least. Mein Gott! So there's 4 world tension, negative 40 base stability, which leaves us at 0. 80% consumer goods. Oh, fuck off. We already have 35% C goods. Yikes. Oh, never mind. So we have 50. I guess it appears immediately whether or not you click the event or not. That's a bit annoying. Instruction speed minus 15%. Efficiency cap minus 15%. Output minus 15%. It's still not the worst. It's still not the worst, guys. SPD get 10 seats. DVLP get 10 seats. Let's check our minigame. Escalation of the economic crash. Every 10 days, the effects of the economic crisis triggered by Black Monday will crash until it finally reaches the lowest plateau. That's not good. So I guess the ride never ends with Black Monday, does it, boys? We're stuck on the ride. It's never gonna fucking end. SPD still seems like they're in the lead there, despite our clicks. France has electoral gridlock. So now we maybe can't afford to train our army anymore. So maybe we stop doing that. That's not going to be great. Behind the curtain, a nationwide media frenzy has broken out in the aftermath of the recent market crash. The belief that Germany's golden era is over once and for all is undisputed. Enormous consequences will ensure economically and politically, some sooner than others. In a dimly lit office at the Prussian War Ministry inside Berlin's deepest political machinations, one man is relentlessly drawing up a damage limitation plan. The young and ambitious Minister of War, Kurt von Schleicher. For some, Schleicher, who has been in charge of his ministry for roughly 4 years, is merely a stereotypical office general, a diligent pen pusher without noteworthy frontline experience. Others, however, see him as a gray eminence, a puppet master of easily controllable statesmen nominally above him, an assumption that he is not awfully wrong. Indeed, Schleicher that is not awfully wrong. So I guess Schleicher's a little puppet master, isn't he? Indeed, Schleicher is among the Empire's most influential men. His political wit, ability to compromise, and enormous sway both on civilian and military affairs have opened him many doors throughout the early 30s, together with his ties to all kinds of influential figures. From trade unionists to the Crown Prince himself, in 1934 he put his influence to use during one of the most severe diplomatic incidents in recent German history, the Lake Luban crisis. During a diplomatic standoff with Russia, he managed to sideline his war hawk opponents in the general staff and indirectly enforce both the appointment of a chief of staff more loyal to his own pragmatic political agenda, as well as the dismissal of Reichskanzler Bernstorff in favor of the easily controllable diplomat Herbert von Dirksen. Consequently, by 1936, Schleicher's sway both on the military and the civilian government is considerable. Black Monday, however, threatens that influence. Only the latest of many disasters during Dirksen's 15 months tenure has made apparent that the Reichskanzler's days are numbered. Opportunists on the right and left have begun to prepare for the final strike against the ailing establishment. Maybe it's time for the biggest schemer of them all to take matters into his own hands, instead of delegating responsibilities to inept puppets. Ooh, the ringmaster has entered the circus. I guess Schleicher gives us 15 PP too. Well, let's see what our boy Kurt can do. Federalist Bloc. Finding themselves under increasingly greater competition, Zentrum branches in competitive regions such as Silesia, Westphalia, and Hanover have been struggling to maintain their ground against popular social democratic and right-wing candidates. To alleviate this disparity, Zentrum candidates and party branches have begun independently making deals with local parties to unite behind a common candidate in competitive districts and thus increase their chances of victory. In Hanover, Zentrum has renewed its historic cooperation with the German Hanoverian Party, commonly known as the Guelph Party, Welfen, a regionalist political party created after the annexation of the Kingdom of Hanover. It generally sat with Zentrum in the pre-war Reichstag, however, the post-war years have seen it experience a sharp decline. The Guelph conservative federalism has struggled in post-war environment, and losing their last lease of life might just prove to be the end of the party. On the other side of the empire, Zentrum members in Posen have begun expanding their collaboration with the Polish autonomists, particularly those closer to the CHZJN in Poland proper. Unlike Hanover, the Polish ethnic constituency has not lost its potency, although it still needs to compete with anti-Polish electoral pacts in mixed constituencies. For them, much like the Welfin, Zentrum is its natural ally, as they are both ideologically conservative and concerned with maintaining the federal model of the state, with the hope of decentralizing it further, against centralist encroachment from the left and right alike. Not everyone in Zentrum subscribes to the idea of tagging along with a flock of weak minor parties, however. We'll support federalism, sure, whatever. Oh, these event spam just doesn't end, boys. Ugh. Collapse of Danat Bank. The Darmstaedter und National Bank, Danat Bank, is the first major casualty of the Black Monday financial crash. The second largest bank in the German Empire, it went deep into high-risk loans prior to 1936, offering quick and easy loans to would-be stockbrokers and growing companies, and now reaps the consequences. One of the companies which had been severely indebted to Danat Bank was Norddeutsche Wollkammerei and Kammgarnspinnerei, Nordwool, a wool and worsted processing plant in Delmenhorst. Much like hundreds of other companies, announced its bankruptcy in the aftermath of the crash, having barely stayed afloat for the past several years, it finally received the blow which made the plant insolvent. News of Nordwool's bankruptcy caused a bank run on Danat Bank, as many other investors were fearful of the bank's future and rapidly pulled their savings while they can still get their money's worth. As Danat Bank had failed to reach its primary coverage ratio for the past several years due to its speculative loaning practices, it could not be saved by the Reichsbank in this moment of crisis, and so was forced to declare bankruptcy as well. The collapse of this old and respected bank has sent terrifying tremors across the German banking system. Across the empire, investors and citizens alike are withdrawing their savings and retreating from the market. Banks are collapsing one after another, caught completely unprepared by the enormous crash, and the financial system of the empire has been left completely crippled. This is a nightmare! Without any response from Berlin, the economic crisis... What was I supposed to do? There's no decision to respond. Christ. Fucking game. Scheiße. USA accepts the Prittwitz Plan. The government of the United States has agreed upon the Prittwitz Plan, and the first funds are already being sent to Washington to aid them in their economic recovery. Great. So does that actually make sense? Like that we're having this financial crisis and we're giving a loan to the fucking Yankees here? Come on. All right. Is there something I can do about Black Monday? I guess no. They want to just... I suppose I could just not pick a focus and like I could like try and claw my way back from some of this bank here. Or I could just try and bite the bullet on this early. 180 days of 40% city goods. Ugh. Like we're still building shit. I think that's maybe a bit questionable. Like I think, yeah, I'm not sure how helpful the colonies are actually going to be. Let's get the spy. Austrian Empire withdraws from Italy. Okay. Whatever. Cares about Italy, really? I'll have to send volunteers maybe to the League War. Okay. Another event. New Wirtschaft. Having earned the attention of the public with his accurate prediction of the Black Monday stock market, Walther von Rathenau has not stopped there. Instead, in the aftermath of the Black Week and the onset of the greatest economic crisis Germany has faced since the Weltkrieg, he has published an 11-page document for a full-scale reform of the economic system. This document has been proliferated across parties and major newspapers. Those well-read could tell that this document was a summary and somewhat moderate implementation of Rathenau's ideas in his 1919 work, New Wirtschaft, the New Economy, and mirrored the economic reforms he pursued during the Solf and Erzberger governments as Secretary of the Economy. A firm believer in his economic program, Rathenau believes that Black Monday is a perfect opportunity to pursue a full economic reform. The powers of the government and economic management must be greatly expanded, and wartime offices for the control of economic affairs and distribution of resources must be restored as permanent institutions. Rathenau sees economic planning as compatible with the free market. State intervention will be able to harmonize the market, prevent waste of resources, and most importantly, combat the alienation of millions of factory workers employed in dull, mundane jobs across Germany. While he does not propose it in his economic program yet, Rathenau dreams of a utopian classless society which will free workers from the soulless labor. The mundanity of work cannot be resolved with socialist promises of wage raises or shorter hours. A complete restructuring is necessary. Through a panacea Arbeitsausgleich, equalization of work, menial and mental workers would switch offices for factories and factories for offices a few hours every day and would be able to find their calling somewhere in a vast society of choice. Classes would dissolve and all work would be open according to talent, and mundanity of work would cease. But for now, economic planning will suffice. Sounds like a little bit Cindy. I think you might be a closet Cindy. Go like her day. I didn't read the I did not read the path guide. I don't know how to get any particular path. So we're just gonna play the game and see where it lands. I do know that to prevent the rads from taking over, we have to put ourselves somewhere between 25 and 75 in one of these mini games. That's the extent of my knowledge. Resignation of Reichskanzler Dirksen. It had been anticipated ever since late last year, but it finally arrived thanks to the Black Monday market crash. Not long after that day in February, Reichskanzler Herbert von Dirksen announced his resignation, offering little comments to the press or to the members of the Reichstag. Though a competent diplomat, Dirksen's composure and character of a vain, pompous aristocrat left him isolated in high politics, and he never managed to shake off the veneer of being a royal appointment, less legitimate than partisan chancellors in post-March German Empire. His vice-chancellor, Heinrich Brüning, refused to seek the Kaiser's appointment as the next Reichskanzler. After the Black Monday crisis, the office became a poisoned chalice. Seeing little initiative from the parties in the Reichstag, Wilhelm II appointed the current minister-president of Prussia, Siegfried von Roedern, as the new Reichskanzler. An elder civil servant with years of experience in the federal and Prussian governments alike, he currently heads a nonpartisan government of the center and right in Prussia, staffed with right-wing politicians and nonpartisan professionals. Though his government is not planning to survive the April election, he has a lot on his plate regardless. Roedern's preference is to assemble a nonpartisan emergency cabinet, staffed mainly by civil servants he relied on in Prussia, and promulgate emergency economic controls. This Prussian lockdown of the federal government is bound to go poorly with the states, however. An alternative approach would be to keep Brüning as vice-chancellor and work with the Reichstag. Brockdorf could forge a grand coalition after the dramatic 1924 election, so perhaps Roedern can replicate the same feat. So we have our choice. We can do Germany needs a responsible cabinet above party politics, or perhaps Roedern can restore the grand coalition. Okay, so we have, what are our choices here? So we can get additional weekly stability, or we can put the social liberals in with the coalition. Social liberals have 55 seats. And SoCon, what's SoCon? Oh, they were blue. Yeah, okay, so SoCon is 20. Zentrum. So we'd have a majority if we grabbed the social liberals. And that seems like, I don't know, maybe that's a good idea. We get 50 PP. We wouldn't get the weekly stability though. Grand Coalition. We'll do the Grand Coalition, whatever. Illusion of Qing hegemony shatters. Well, fortunate for Burger Qing. Mass layoffs. As the end of February dawns, the Reichsbank and the state institutions have finally begun making the first actions towards stabilizing the freefall markets. A bank holiday has been established, and emergency bailouts for the keystone banks that survived the initial crash have been sent out, though all of the state's actions so far have been kept at a minimum, as the Reichstag remains deadlocked and the election is approaching soon. By now, however, the damage has already been done. With the financial sector crippled and the international economic system trembling, demand for German exports has collapsed and companies across Germany are forced to either declare insolvency or drastically cut costs. For almost all industries, this meant relieving workers, many of them, and the number of unemployed who have been cast out into the streets is now in the millions. The Bauer-Geispert's labor reforms of 1925 established a system of unemployment insurance for German workers, and thus a meager pension allows the unemployed to make ends meet somewhat. But this has taxed the already struggling finances of the empire greatly. In the numerous cases, the impact of the crash has been a lot more tragic. Stock market brokers who had lost everything in the past few weeks, struggling artisans who had refined their humble career for decades, saw their life ambitions crash these days. All have taken a liking to ending their lives, and the state police force have been forced to patrol bridges more and more often. Ooh. Stock markets fall on the tickers, I guess, and then the stockbrokers fall from the rooftops. Government must intervene and do something. Hopefully, this isn't another negative. Of course, it is. Of course, it's a negative modifier for losing 2 mils and 2 civs, and I can't respond to Brack Monday yet. Yikes. You know, I gotta pause here. I forgot to do shit with my navy here. We don't need to. Light ship, we can build those. We're not building this improved cruiser. Building that. Not building that. Not building that. Nope. I suppose I could have finished the turbines. 1939 is like not super unreasonable, but we're gonna chop these off. So we'll finish those. Build one, then we'll build some convoys. Go 3 on convoy. And like I'll probably want to do like maybe we refit here. Oh, whatever. The thing is like a little expensive, but like you know it's fine. So we'll go like that for our naval stuff. Then maybe we'll refit. Let's take a look at our ships. So our subs, we can probably pull our subs out. Click to create a new fleet. No. New task force. Task force. Yes. Let me make this a new fleet. Then we have another 19 subs. Fucked up again. It's always so irritating to select those. I guess now our subs are on top. Whatever. The subs are on top. Haha, guys. That's a funny joke, isn't it? That's a funny way of saying things. So we got that. What we have in our big boy fleet? This white for the whitewater. We got Krieg heavy hull. So you got like a level 2. This is what? Imperial battleship. This is a dread. This is just a regular battleship. It's not a dreadnought. So we got that. So we got like 2 level 2 battleships. It's like another mostly level 2 battleship. We got 4 of the Deutschland classes. This is like a level 1 battleship. 1, 2. Scharnhorst, like another like kind of like level 1, level 2 in between battleship. You got the medium attack York class. You got a bunch of those. Got the armored cruiser, just look kind of like the weird ship with like the massive range and the heavy cannon. They're not that impressive in combat though, I found. The Cole class, like it's a torpedo-based light cruiser. The Rumor class, like a mine layer. And like a bunch of destroyers. That's actually like really not that impressive for Navy. Like a whole mess of these destroyers here. These are just like a level 1. Like I mean, destroyer's good enough. Level 1 with a level 2 engine is actually pretty good. Like maybe we should be building these instead. This is like way cheaper, A10, than the improved one we were building. But you know, whatever. All right, DKEB. This is like an Ethiopia railway, I think. So founded in the early 20th century, the Deutsche Kaiserreich Abyssinian Eisenbahn, DKEAEB, is holding a company that oversees a railway between Addis Ababa in Ethiopia and Djibouti. After a series of German-backed expansions, the line is now used to transport ore from the Congo Basin to Djibouti. The current economic downturn means that ore is not being brought at the same rate as before, resulting in fewer transports for the DKEB. As a result, the DKEB is struggling financially, and some board members have approached the government in Dar es Salaam to sell their shares to the German government. Something has to be done to prevent Ethiopia from slipping out of our grasp. So you can pay 25 PP. We can sell it to Ethiopia. Or we can fuck Middle Africa. So we're losing 0.84 PP per day. That's not great. I guess we sell to Ethiopia. I can't really afford that. Outbreaks of anti-Semitic violence. The beginning of the economic crisis sparked by the Black Monday market crash has given fuel to anti-Semitic agitation and even a handful of outbreaks of violence across Germany. In local legislatures, right-wing deputies, generally those belonging to the DVLP, have proposed taxation on Jewish businesses or boycotts of Jewish goods, while Jewish citizens in the cities have had to cope with suspicion and constant libel from right-wing newspapers. So we have some sort of nationalist, middle-class kind of labor party that's harassing Jews. It seems a little bit similar, doesn't it, boys? Some might consider that to just be a childish fantasy, though. I don't know. The Jewish population of Germany has historically been more integrated than their peers in the former Russian Empire, and have gifted Germany with numerous scientists, politicians, cultural figures, and war veterans. However, suspicion and mistreatment of them remains to this day. The Black Monday market crash was difficult to comprehend for many German citizens, and decades of propaganda espousing international Jewish financier conspiracy did not make it difficult for the most downtrodden to connect these two events, thus claiming that the German Jews were somehow responsible for the market crash. Aggressive DVLP agitation during the 1936 electoral campaign, which often played upon these anti-Semitic fears, helped escalate them even further. The Jewish population is not completely helpless, however. Organizations such as Zentralverein have consistently fought anti-Semitism in Germany through legal means, and have already begun documenting and reporting instances of this outbreak, while providing support for Jewish citizens who have been defamed or injured by anti-Semitic attacks. Ooh, Not great. Another stability hit. RIP my stability. And King Click declared war on left Kuomintang. Okay. Alright, so we got the League War. So we probably do want to send some volunteers. Maybe we just send some infantry divisions. I don't know. I guess we could send mountaineers. Infantry division is probably better though. Grab that guy. Gotta make sure we keep our open door policy, right? Some air volunteers. I can send another division too, even. I guess that's the benefit of being the master of the world, I suppose. So we'll do that, and then we can check our generals, see if we have anyone worth grinding. March coalition falls again. Reichskanzler Roden only enjoyed a majority in the Reichstag for a very short amount of time. Even though he presided over a diverse coalition of liberals, Catholics, and conservatives in Prussia for years, his skills were not applicable on the national level. Ultimately, his efforts to revive the March coalition turned out fruitless. The LVP and Zentrum delegations in the Prussian House of Representatives are known for being much more conservative than their national counterparts, with the Liberals being strongly influenced by national liberalism and Prussian Zentrum being dominated by right-wing agrarians such as Franz von Papen. In the Reichstag, however, little consensus could be found between the Liberals and the Catholics on the one side and the conservative right on the other. After a few failed interfaction meetings on fiscal reform and work creation programs, the LVP finally withdrew from the coalition, denying the Reichskanzler his majority. The DVLP capitalized upon the situation in the Reichstag and took advantage of it with their electoral campaign, denouncing divided partisanship which paralyzes the German government while millions suffer, and demanding a government of action, not words, ruling by strength, not committee. As the current government is indeed paralyzed, these calls have resonated with many across the nation. At this point, will we even find a government come April? Yikes! We lose the sucklibs, and the far right, I guess, is the primary beneficiary of that. Okay. Wu Pei Fu is back and king. Bad choice, Wu. Let's just hope our comrades in the league here can hold out long enough to like not get rolled. Fucking Wu Pei Fu. This anti-concessionist motherfucker. Following the death of League Marshal Sun Chanfang, we had hoped that our ally in Beijing, Wu Pei Fu, would remain loyal to our interests. However, it seems that he has decided to turn on us and taken a publicly anti-concession stance. While this has bolstered support for his unpopular regime, it means that he has demanded that the Peking Commission, our lobbying arm in Beijing, leave the city. Facing massive riots outside the gates of their offices, most members have fled to Tianjin. Our ambassador has sent all non-essential staff to Tianjin as well, leading a skeleton group of consular officials closely watched by Wu's forces. Damn him! 25 PP for that. Come on, boys. Like that's not fair, is it? What a fucker. Alright, so I guess maybe next we'll do the fuck around in China focus. Work creation plans in ADGB. The economic crisis has sparked discussions across various ideological circles and associations. The traditional consensus among German economists has failed, or at least is no longer being trusted by the average worker or politician. Witnessing millions being thrown to the streets and dozens of banks collapsing overnight, parties, associations, and trade unions now look towards the government for potential salvation. That state intervention may help drive up demand and reinvigorate the economy during the financial cycle, has been contemplated during the interwar period, and these ideas have only gained more traction since Black Monday. The Journal of General German Trade Union Federation, ADGB, Die Arbeit, has opened discussion on what they have named active economic policy, after the publication of a political economic program by the trade unionist Fritz Tarnow and Fritz Bad. This plan, titled Tarnow-Bad Plan, after its creators, posits the creation of a massive public works which could employ up to 1 million people across the empire, as well as tighter banking controls, which would allow an extensive inflationary policy. According to Tarnow and Bod, work creation and fiscal inflation will provide relief for the poor and drive up demand, solving the downfall. Though the ADGB is closely aligned with the SPD, the party has actually distanced itself from the Tarnow-Bod plan. Otto Weiss and Rudolf Heifelding have both criticized the ADGB for its direct intervention in politics, which should be delegated solely to the party, and for Tarnow and Bod's intention is to play doctor at the bedside of capitalism. Undeterred, the trade unionists have been making waves across the press nonetheless, and urged the surprising endorsement of the Prussian Minister of War, Kurt von Schleicher, who described work creation as the only way out of today's plights. Well, if KVS says it was okay, it can't be that bad, right? I mean, KVS said it was good. We'll continue with our agency upgrades. We still have like a decent amount of economic build-up going on. I mean, it's not the worst, not the worst. Air. Is there an air base over here? Okay. So the close air support wing. Electoral gridlock in Britain. I guess the socialists are having a problem. They like democracy so much. How's it going, Jack Arm? The socialists like democracy so much, and yet they wind up with electoral gridlock. You know, maybe I guess they didn't vote the right way. The German agrarian crisis. The German agricultural sector, struggling for years at this point, has suffered greatly from the economic crisis sparked by the Black Monday market crash. It is the latest step in the persistent decline of German agriculture ever since the late 19th century, the culmination of many years of inefficient and outdated methods, unfortunate global market developments, and stalling poorly future-oriented agrarian policies. Compared to its Western competitors, such as Britain or the United States, German agriculture has consistently lagged behind in efficiency. 25% of all arable land across the empire is held by 0.2% of the landowners, most of which are operating in East Elbia. But since the late 20s, small and mid-sized farmers across the nation have started to feel the effects of this looming efficiency crisis as well. Steady price erosion for agricultural goods due to cheaper competition from abroad and shriveling purchasing power have slowly led many farmers into the never-ending downward spiral of growing indebtedness. What could initially be battled via the reintroduction of protective tariffs and import quotas, undoubtedly a controversial policy instrument within Middle Europa, has at the end of the day only postponed the inevitable. With the collapse of the German banking sector, the looming crisis will soon aggravate, as many estates and enterprises which have relied on loans to stay afloat are bound to default on these in the near future. As the collapsing demand for agricultural goods could be the nail in the coffin. The substantial crisis has already begun to fuel the DKP electoral campaign and placed the question of a drastically different agricultural policy on the agenda. While many have seen themselves for this dilemma via their candidate in the State Secretariat of Agriculture, Martin Scheile, and his controversial agricultural policies during the last decade, for now his political fate is on a knife's edge. The great Juncker estates are a thing of the past. It's getting fucked. Okay, so we have a putsch. The Kirchev Putsch. With Germany's economic shaken by a severe economic crisis, the repercussions are clearly felt in the European hegemon's eastern satellites. White Ruthenia, a small and young nation, was soon rocked by instability after growing agitation from radical leftist elements in the in the country. The army intervened and deposed the elected social democratic government. After a brief power struggle, the vacuum was filled by none other than Vaclav Lastowski, leader of the National Populist Peasants' Party, Green Oak. Historian and writer Latowski was heavily involved in White Ruthenia's struggle for independence from Russia. Deeply Russophobic, he hopes to purge the country completely of Russian influences and reshape White Ruthenian national identity around the medieval Kirevich tribe. With a resurgent Russia, a war of survival now appears inevitable. Perfect allies against the Russian threat. The Australasians have decided to be democratic. So I can go maintenance co. Like, it'd be nice to get this. We could get easy maintenance for a tank to make it a bit cheaper. I kind of do want to get to the artillery here, though, so we can get the medium howitzer. And we'll just go with mech computing for now. But research speed out a bit. Let's still wait for our stuff to show up in Nanjing. I haven't played. Yeah, I have played the mod after the Germany update. I haven't played Germany. Alright, let's see what we got here for a general. So, Field Marshal, we got Gerd. We got Kurt von Hammerstein-Eckwer. This guy seems new. Brilliant strategist, but with defensive doctrine. That's pretty fugly. Alfred von Vollard-Bach, we got artillery leader here. And Werner. Werner got an upgrade to Field Marshal. Okay, well, that's good for Werner, Jan. I guess you can go with Kurt here. Like, I mean, whatever. We can get aggressive assaulter. Like, that's pretty good. And for generals. So Gunther von Klug is like usually like a pretty good one. You can grind. You can grind Gunther. He doesn't have any earned traits. He's got Panzer leader. Fedor's like a decent choice too. Like you have to deal with the harsh leader, but Fedor has like quite good attack here. You have double brilliant strategists. You get like the assault or shock tactics. Look, that'd be alright. I don't know. Let's go with Gunther. Did our air wing show up yet? It did. Look at those assigned to our army. And where do we want to grind? There's hills there. That guy walked out. Fuck. Council city elections in Berlin. The term of the incumbent mayor of Berlin, Heinrich Somm, is set to expire, and a new election is thus slated to be held by the Berlin City Council. A technocratic independent, Somm served as the mayor of several other cities in the past before moving to Berlin, and is generally supported by the local liberal and conservative deputies. The political upheaval after Black Monday gives an opportunity for the Berlin Social Democrats to win elections to the city council and appoint one of their own, Otto Ostrowski, current mayor of the Prenzlauer Berg borough of Berlin. Ostrowski is seen as a member of the left-wing faction of the SPD, and a victory for him would signal a significant change in Berlin politics. It would also be a bellwether of the nation's turn to the left and empower social democratic activity in other cities. Because of this, LVP and DKP have joined forces in Berlin, seeking to keep Somm in power and return a victory for the right and center. Once the election comes and pause passes, the result is Let's go with keep ourselves we'll try and be a little bit moderate here. Maybe it's better to finish off An King first and then deal with the Mingan insurgency. Oh, we can actually pause. So we can potentially maybe like I keep on wanting to move though. I don't know what path I'm doing program and player. Like I haven't played this country before, so this is my first Germany run. Not focus, we'll do the China expedition, get ourselves an experienced trickle. Let's see if we can grind this one cav unit. Hugenberg Group's propaganda drive. Alfred Hugenberg, second chairman of the DVLP, is among the Fatherland Party's most prominent faces, now below only Ulrich von Hassel. Though his position is largely symbolic, a token compromise made to the party's reactionary old guard after Hassel's rise to power in 1929. He commands a notable clique within the DVLP and keeps it alive through his considerable wealth. As one of Germany's most powerful businessmen and press barons, Hugenberg is in charge of the gigantic Hugenberg Group, a media empire controlling newspapers, publishers, and advertising agencies across the empire. The papers sell hundreds of thousands of copies and hold considerable sway on public opinion. Of course, their articles are biased towards Hugenberg's preferred beliefs, rabid anti-socialism and anti-Semitism. That's a new one, isn't it? The anti-Semites control the media. The 1936 electoral campaign has given the DVLP hope that they can position themselves as the leader of an all-right coalition in the Reichstag after the election, so the party's Central Committee has requested a mass propaganda drive from the second chairman. An aggressive promotion campaign for the Münster Neueste Nachrichten and Der Tag, expansion of the Telegraphic Union news agency and promotion of their articles to more and more newspapers, perhaps even a few movie deals, all could serve to form the desired image of the old party of Tirpitz out there. Where should the resources of the campaign be concentrated, however? Focusing on the Illustri Nachtausgabe and cutting deals with urban newspapers will improve the DVLP's chances to win the middle class in the cities and cut down social democratic growth. On the other hand, the Telegraphen Union has fostered good relations with independent rural news outlets, and investing more in this relationship will aid the conservative cause in the Prussian countryside. Push for the cities. On ecumenism. Zentrum has seen better days. Since the end of the Weltkrieg, the party has helped to form all 10 cabinets, whether to the left, right, or center, a strategy that has left it sorely unprepared for these times of polarization, as it now struggles to keep its voters away from the SPD, DVLP, and upstart agrarian parties. Under these conditions, the party's ruling cadre has begun to waver. Zentrum's current chairman, Theodor von Grurard, has served for the last 5 years with an eye on managing the party's various factions. He has indicated that should Zentrum be pushed from power in the coming elections, he will retire from his position. The news has put the entire party on maneuvers, and the first blow has come from the right flank. Heinrich Held, the Bavarian minister-president, has published an article in the Kölsche Volkszeitung on the party's future, in which he calls not only for a stronger commitment to regional and conservative issues, but for the party to reach out to the Protestant voters willing to defend both. In throwing the glove forth, Held revisits one of the party's most contentious debates. Over time, many rightists and trade unionists have entertained the idea of taking Zentrum out of the tower, transforming it from a purely Catholic party to an all-Christian people's party. In their eyes, such a party could unite middle class, working class, and rural interests and provide a bulwark against the growing left. Held's remarks on Christian unity have been echoed by leading trade unionist Adam Stegerwald, who many believe to be the frontrunner to succeed von Grurard. The party's progressives watch these developments with concern. In recent years, the left flank have championed the Catholic nature of Zentrum out of fear that Protestant votes would draw the party to the right. Indeed, both Held and Stegerwald have suggested overtures to the DKP and even more rightward parties. The strongest rebuttal to Held's article has come from the leading Baden progressive Joseph Wirth, who argues that such adventures risk the party's position in the center and the trust of their Catholic electorate at a critical time. Whether Wirth's words will be heeded is an open question. So I could strengthen left or right. I guess we go right wing. Right is right, guys? I mean, it's like in the name. How could it not be right? Of course, the fucking Romanians don't understand that our oil is buried under their land. A rather unique case has been sluggishly passed through our legal system for years now. It has reached the highest court of the German state. Anti-colonial activist Jomo Kenyatta has brought a class action lawsuit against the former Middle African administration for its conduct during the 1925 pacification of Kenya. The case has become something of a political embarrassment, as some of the plaintiffs are British settlers. It cannot be easily dismissed. They claim that the Schutztruppe troop harmed them through policies of illegal land seizures and even abductions and torture, all done with the knowledge of the Middle African administration and with little legal basis. While the main parties involved are no longer part of our administration, commentators have noted that an award by the court could potentially set a precedent as to what the permissible extent of rule bending of our colonial administrations is. Guys, sovereign is he who decides the exception, isn't it? But we have nothing to fear. How are we doing? We're not doing so hot. Let's grind. We're getting anything. A little bit. The economic freefall ceases. Having been in freefall for the past months, the economic crisis has finally reached a modicum of stability. Or at least it doesn't have much where else to fall. The least stable companies and banks have gone under, and now more durable ones compete in a shrunken, silenced environment. Investor trust is at an all-time low, so new investments are non-existent and production stagnates. And of course, millions of workers who had stable jobs last year are now on the streets, desperate for work. But companies shaken by the financial collapse are very hesitant to expand and employ more workers again. The initial surprise and shock in the German government has subsided, and their secretaries and ministries may now begin developing solutions. The amount of work is enormous. The state must somehow recover the economy of the empire back to its old heights, taking on challenges which may require wildly different financial strategies each. The bureaucrats and officials thus eagerly await the results of the April election. Perhaps the next government will have the political capital needed for this necessary action. We shall restore the miracle of golden 20s. Okay. The Brack Monday crisis card game will be initiated. We have to win at least 10 rounds of the game and improve economic health to -1 to put an end to the crisis. I guess we get 5 cards. So now we're in minigame time now, boys. We're playing What If Minigames had won World War I, and this is our minigame number 1 anyways. I've heard there are multiple minigames. I guess that's not entirely true, is it? Because we did have the elections minigame as well. Although there's not really too much to pick. I guess there's this Polish thing. So can I do foci now? I don't think so. I still can't do Schleicher. Can't do this. Can't do military refarm. Can't do that. Yeah, so we're still locked out of our focus tree. We have so much focus tree and like 0 option. Alright, so we're getting Ranger. Should be getting Trickster soon too, I hope. At least a little bit. Then is there a research that finished? Get something finished. Oh, it's an agency upgrade. We'll do that. We can get ourselves suicide pills. Years of legal battle have come to an end earlier today when litigation of Jomo Kenyatta ended at the highest court of Germany. While the Kikuyu lawyer has skillfully defended his points, the defense was represented by renowned political theorist Carl Schmitz. The jurist pronounced a novel defense as established a new legal precedent. The Schutztruppe troop command has allegedly acted in the interest of the state by taking the necessary steps to ensure the integrity of our empire in a state of exception. The finer details of Schmidt's case were largely based on the essay on political theology, which gave birth to the phrase, "Sovereign is he who decides on the exception." What did I say, guys? What did I say? Whether Schmidt intended this or not, the phrase has become a catchphrase for the supporters of a more hardline approach to colonial governance. What is this nonsense? The fuck is this, boys? Oh, well, the Sichuanese are starving. So away she goes, I guess. I wonder if I should push this guy back across the river. I think he can engineer at the same time. Okay, Kui Jiwan has accepted the terms for a military mission and will allow them to settle in the Nanjing clique. This will bring needed experience about as a state of modern war to Germany and further our interest in China as well. Okay. So we got that. We're doing that. Our XP, we got our first XP trickle. So maybe try and get some additional trickle there. Ooh, okay. No majority in the 1936 election. As predicted by quite a few during the campaign, no majority has been found in the Reichstag after the elections of 1936. A majority is impossible without the participation of either the SPD or the DVLP, two parties on different ends of the political spectrum, either of which would need time to dismantle the old consensus and craft a new coalition in the legislature. However, there is no time for the Reichstag to bicker amongst themselves until they finally form a government. With each passing day, the economic situation grows worse and the faith of the people falters further. When the parliamentarians cannot lead, the duty to make a decision falls to the Kaiser Wilhelm II. Even in the aftermath of the March Constitution, his role in the formation of governments remains definite, and whenever there is no obvious majority in the Reichstag, he has seen fit to appoint compromise choices like Brockdorf or loyalists of the court like Dirksen. Through Crown Prince Wilhelm, the Kaiser has recommended an interesting choice, Kurt von Schleicher, the current Minister of War of Prussia. Ever since Leo von Caprivi's resignation in 1894, Wilhelm II has been reluctant to appoint military candidates to the office, and parliamentarians would hardly wish to see a uniformed man command the empire either, as it brings back memories of Hindenburg and Ludendorff's plotting during the Weltkrieg. However, Schleicher offers several valuable qualities as well. During the past 2 decades, he has nurtured the image of a moderate who works well with the Reichstag, has ties and connections across the political spectrum, and is a noted supporter of trade unions such as the ADGB, earning him the moniker the Red General. At a time when the national unity is necessary, all of these qualities are crucial. Finally, he is a close friend of Crown Prince Wilhelm, who is a major influence on his aged father, and eventually got him to appoint him the new Reichskanzler. Welcome, Reichskanzler Schleicher. So we get a bit. So what do we get here? We get stability 2%. We still have the March leads to April nonsense. Kurt gives us 15% political power gain. He costs us 10% sea goods. It's not great. We get 10% or 5% recovery rate. We also lose 5% efficiency cap. That's a little bit fugly too. I don't know, boys. I don't know about KVS. It seems a little bit questionable. Cabinet Schleicher becomes the ruling party. Elections take place every 5 years. Kurt von Schleicher has been appointed Reichskanzler. However, it seems unlikely that he can stay for long. I don't know. We'll see what KVS can do. Kurt von Schleicher appointed Reichskanzler. Does he have an anime? No, he's. I guess these guys are protagonists over here. They're isekai protagonists. They're not anime girls yet. Kurt von Schleicher appointed Reichskanzler. Elections have been held in the German Empire after 2 years of failed governments and a stock market crash, which resulted in a worldwide economic collapse. The empowered permanent opposition parties, the SPD and DVLP, gained a large enough share of the vote that another moderate liberal Catholic cabinet is no longer possible. In the light of the difficult situation, Kurt von Schleicher has been appointed as the unifying figure. Schleicher is a general of the Heer and the Prussian Minister of War who accumulated impressive influence in the past few years. Pragmatic to the core, he expresses his wish to work with all parties in the Reichstag to combat the crisis, but he does not shy away from his true goal, a stronger and more centralized and militarized empire. I hope he does well. Oh, fuck. Now the AI is going to fuck up my grind. Matters of national stability. In his first speech before the Reichstag, Reichskanzler Schleicher announced that the first and biggest priority of his government will be to contain the economic crisis caused by the Black Monday market crash. To this end, he spoke out against orthodox economists and their agendas, by stating that the most crucial step is to take a war against unemployment. Stability in the financial markets, management of imperial debt, they are all important, but they cannot be more important than the millions of yearning masses thrown out of their jobs during the course of the past few months. Job creation and a war on unemployment, those were the slogans of the hour, popular with the people who demanded quick solutions to their personal economic issues. Already, the new Reichskanzler has been in contact with like-minded officials such as Fritz Tarnow and Fritz Bod. There's a whole bunch of Fritzes here, aren't there? Just throw some Fritzes in there. Our economy's on the Fritz, boys, who have been developing an employment-based recovery plan with the aid of the ADGB Trade Union Confederation, or potentially even the famous Walter von Rathenau, who has developed a complex scheme for full reform of the German economy along state control lines during the Weltkrieg. However, that was not the conversational event of the day. With the Reichskanzler's backing, the first law of the cabinet was proposed in the same session, amending the procedure for votes of no confidence established by the March reforms, which were described vaguely in the Constitution itself and thus clarified in the ordinary Reichstag bills. Citing the necessity for cabinet stability under the fractured nature of the current Reichstag, Schleicher pushed for a system of constructive no-confidence vote. A no-confidence vote on the government may only be voted for and passed if a replacement candidate for Reichskanzler is proposed by the same people. This proposed replacement candidate is then recommended to the Kaiser, though he still has full power to choose whoever he wants. This has delayed any no-confidence vote towards Schleicher by making sure the SPD and DVLP could not just band together and remove whoever they wish, though it does not mean that they have given up just yet. The parliamentary parties now just need to build a critical mass in the Reichstag to push through their choice. Well, this is rather unorthodox, so we get 3 off dem. We complete Die Arbeit Schlacht, national focus. I guess that's this over here. So we get both of these. So why are there 2? Why have 2 of these if they're just going to bypass at the same time? That's a bit silly, isn't it? Battle over the chancellorship of Kurt von Schleicher begins. See the decisions tab. The cabinet Schleicher category for further instructions. All right. I'm going to take a quick break here. I got to grab another beverage and probably rock a piss. I will see you guys in a little bit. All right, guys, and we are back. I got the Thornbury strong apple cider today is what I'm drinking. So I'm feeling got a little bit of a buzz going on here. Unlike our German economy, which is definitely not buzzing at the moment. But we have we'll accept Schleicher's unorthodox proposal here. We'll get 2% stability. You know, it's something. It's something. So we bypass these two foci, and it looks like we'll have. So we've got some options. Do you want to cancel this and do Black Monday stuff? I feel like maybe I want to cancel this and do Black Monday stuff. We still have that negative modifier from the trickles. Like we're getting like practically nothing from those trickles. I mean, they'll add up over time. I'd like to get them, but maybe it's more important to do this. We'll cancel this and put our days towards something else. So none of this stuff seems mutually exclusive. We just have the man, the High Castle. We have renew the Rathallen plan. So we're gonna get here. So we have some stupid fucking mini game here. Maybe I need to read on the mini game first. Okay, so we have Cabinet Schleicher. Okay, so it's a good thing we look because this seems like the crisis. We don't want the crisis to win. So that's, I think, that would be bad, right? It says red. Cabinet Schleicher. Reichskanzler Kurt von Schleicher is acceptable to many across the political spectrum, but the two power brokers in the Reichstag today, the SPD and the DVLP, are determined to ensure that he is merely a transition towards their rule. The SPD have created the Demokratische Union bloc to defend parliamentary rule, while DVLP and DKP are plotting the formation of Coalition Schwarz-Weiß-Rot to place themselves in power. Meanwhile, Schleicher has a vision of his own for Germany and needs to remain to see it through. In this battle in the Reichstag, both of the parliamentary coalitions will attempt to convert one of a few possible options every turn, 30 days, while the player is able to flag certain factions every turn to make them immune to being converted. If a coalition reaches a majority, they will initiate a vote of no confidence and seize power. As Schleicher, you must stay in power as long as possible and have access to a focus tree branch to aid you in doing so. The composition of the Reichstag is as follows. Okay. Okay, so I guess we can pick one of these guys and stop the I guess so the game is like each of these two things is going to target different people, and we have to like probably block. So we probably want to be blocking SPD from getting seats, and then once DVLP starts getting to equilibrium, we'll have to like alternate blocking them. I think. Try and keep ourselves in the middle. It says we have a focus tree that's going to help us. Like, it's got to be this, right? Cabinet Schleicher. But it doesn't really tell us much about this fucking card game nonsense. So I guess these are our cards. The current crisis is a liquidity crisis. Money creation cards will be more effective. The ongoing crisis changes every round of Black Monday. Each type has different strengths and weaknesses against relief card types. It comes with economic decline and stagnation scores. Well, okay. So money issuing. So this is money creation, and this is weak against money creation. So maybe that's a good idea to do. You get 750 stability, +1 debt, and 1,500 to investment. Where do I see my investment scores and shit? If economic health, debt is a percentage. Where's my investment? Okay, so I see investment is over here. Capital controls. So when is the crisis over? I think it has to get to like -1 or something. So that changes the crisis type. We don't necessarily want that. I have no reform cards. So we'll issue some money. Do I just get to play all the cards? Investment. So investment and stability are my attack and defense. So I gotta get over 1,500, so I can keep on spending. So I guess I just gotta win the fucking round, don't I, boys? So I guess we do that. And SPD is... How many of these can I pick? So I can flag 3 factions per turn. So I'll do the Zentrum. Do LVP, left. And we'll do Minority Block. We'll block the SPD from getting anything. So I get production efficiency cap 10%. Draw a number of cards from the deck equal to the number of national foci completed in the revive. Okay. Give us efficiency growth, factory output, docket output. I mean, that's not the worst. Construction speed. Give us max factory civilian construction speed. We also get... This is going to give us less sea goods factories, but we get more. So I think this is pretty good. Like I think I like Plan Tarnal Bade better than this guy's factory output shit. I'm not building anything important right now. Like I'm not constructing anything important right now, anyways. So like I think for sure we focus on. I think for sure these guys seem better. So we get like a card. We get 2 civvies in the mill. More factory output, production efficiency base. That's so once we start actually building mills, that'll be pretty good. Get research speed. I don't know. We get construction speed. Get some more deck cards. Massive public works. Sea goods minus 10%. Factories in the state. More civvy factory construction speed. I think I'm going to favor the civilian build. I think I'm going to go with Plan Tarnal Bod, even if that like this would be better for a military. Like this will be better probably overall late game, but I think my early game build up will be a lot better if I do this. So I think I'm going to go with we'll draft this plan. I think that seems smart. These do nothing. What the fuck is this? I guess economic health -9. It said -10 is better, right? Like we're at -10 now, we're at -9. The nightmare continues. Okay. So what we got here? We got 2 cooperate with businesses. We get 2 cards that we draw from the deck. We add a debt score. 14 hundo, 14 hundo. So what we got here? We need work creation cards. Like none of these work together. It's like we'll do cooperate with businesses. We'll get 2 cards. This is a relief card. How many states are in Middle Europa? I guess I can't check. It's annoying. So that seems like we don't want to play that now. Don't really have. We only have one. Like, well, we have a couple relief cards. Yeah, this is a rare work creation card. We do that. Guess we can do that. And like that should win us some round against Black Monday there. I hope. Choosing the Vice Chancellor. Officially known as the General Deputy to the Reichskanzler, the Vice Chancellor may be appointed at the request of the Reichskanzler. He is able to fulfill the duties of the Reichskanzler and countersign imperial orders and decrees in the Reichskanzler's stead, and generally holds considerable influence in the collegial federal government. Traditionally, the Vice Chancellor also serves as the Secretary of the Interior, although this is not an ironclad rule. During coalition governments in the Empire, the Vice Chancellor is generally given the most important coalition partner of the is generally the most given to the most important coalition partner of the Reichskanzler. Okay, it's like our best bud. For Schleicher, this is an issue as he's an outsider to the Reichstag and seeks to work beyond the partisan barrier. But it also gives an opportunity by tactically appointing a delegate of a bothersome ideological wing. He can satiate them for a time and spend that time furthering his agenda. An independent, nonpartisan, yet generally conservative official, such as Theo von Wilmowski, would be seen as an act of trust by the conservatives in the Reichstag. On the other hand, a member of the right wing of the SPD, such as August Winning, would ensure that Schleicher's government reinforces its pretense as a Red General's government and grant some assurances to the SPD. Alternatively, it is possible to simply leave the office of Vice Chancellor vacant. This would forgo opportunities for building cross-connection, but it would consolidate even more power in the hands of the Reichskanzler. What would be Schleicher's decision? Hmm. I guess we don't need a second in command. KVS can do it by himself. Alright, that's a nice grind. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be stuck in that combat because I think the AI is not even attacking there, are they? Oh, they are now. Fuck. That'll be nice when it lasts. Infiltrator. Yeah, the Master Interrogator. This guy can enjoy himself in waifu land here. The Forest Brothers Uprising. The paralysis of the central government in Riga and the economic crash has given Latvia and Estonian partisans in the United Baltic Duchy an opportunity to rebel against the duchy. Livland has suffered the brunt of the developing rebellion. And the land administrators there report that they cannot control the countryside, as new enforcement agencies have been overrun by ad hoc partisan organizations and underground resistance groups. Supported by local farmers and defectors from the Duchy's army, these so-called Forest Brothers are wreaking havoc and seeking to completely overthrow German rule in the Baltics. Riga has requested we send a detachment of temporary military police to force the Duchy to help them in their fight against the Baltic separatists. Should the Duchy collapse, it would be disastrous for not only our German pride and standing in Europe, but also our defensive plans against Russia. Yeah, we must. We'll ensure they survive. Prussia and the Reichskanzler. For the first few decades after the formation of the German Empire, the Reichskanzler and the Minister-President of Prussia were the same person, and were considered to be the same position by many in practice. This was because the Emperor, as King of Prussia, generally preferred to keep the two positions consolidated, and it also perpetuated Prussian dominance over the empire. The state of affairs changed after the Weltkrieg for two reasons. First, the March reforms to the constitution introduced a vote of no confidence in the Reichskanzler, allowing the Reichstag to control him and possibly remove him, which implicitly meant that the Reichstag could now remove a Prussian minister-president. The second is Matthias Erzberger, a liberal Southern Catholic, becoming Reichskanzler in 1921, which infuriated the Prussian House of Representatives. After being petitioned to do something by the Prussian legislators, Wilhelm II ultimately acceded and appointed Bill Drews as the first independent Prussian minister-president. Since then, an uneasy system of dual rule has formed in the empire. Prussia controls 70% of the empire's population and territory, and as it now has its own government, cooperation between it and the federal government, or lack thereof, can rescue or bury a Reichskanzler. However, as tension within the Prussian Grand Coalition grows, Reichskanzler Schleicher has spoken out against this system. In this critical moment, the empire must have one head, not two. It needs to consolidate its resources. Being a respected official from Prussia, Schleicher has the potential to become the first Reichskanzler to also be the Prussian minister-president in over a decade, which will put Prussia's resources, influence, and law enforcement under his direct control, for better or worse. Well, I think our boy KVS would probably do that. Yes. And then we will start. Maybe we start doing the funny new collaboration governments in Russia. Do we want to send that guy? This guy's like our counterintelligence guy. Like, maybe we want to do this instead. We go like that. Rising worker militancy has been anticipated ever since the February market crash, but it has now become clear the breakdown of the German economy has greatly bolstered the far left of the political spectrum. Socialist propaganda has swept up thousands of workers across the nation, offering an easy answer to the confusion of many workers thrown out of their job because of factors they could not control. It is because of the illusion of prosperity that the bougie, the Junkers, and the Kaiser at the top have maintained has shattered. The final hour of international capitalism is at hand, so make sure to stand in line and hoist the red flag. Bandera Rosa, something, I don't know. The German far-left parties are generally small and fractured. Though they are not banned, they are only somewhat tolerated by the political establishment. After years of splits and reunions, the Communist Workers' Party of Germany, KAPD, has garnered most of the socialist share. Though supportive of French-style syndicalism, the KAPD holds some reservations, believing that trade unions in Germany have become hopelessly reformist, and so the revolutionary vanguard must be factory councils of workers, hence council communism. The Communist Party of Germany, KPD, is also prominent, distinguished by the fact they participate in electoral politics, unlike their cousins. In spite of bad blood between the numerous factions of the far left, they find the strength to cooperate from time to time, and today is one of those cases. The KPD, KPD, and their aligned trade unions are planning a mass demonstration in Berlin on International Workers' Day, May 1st, and expect to be joined by similar events in the Rhineland and Saxony. It's not good. Georgia leaves Middle Europa. Traitors! I bet this is Stalin's fault. Jing's doing pretty hot. Uh-oh. They didn't appoint KVS. Schleicher not appointed Prussian minister-president. Under the advice of the Prussian House of Lords, Wilhelm II refused Schleicher's petition to appoint him as the next minister-president of Prussia. An official telegram from the Staatsschloss stated that Rodern is currently fulfilling his duties well, and the King of Prussia sees no immediate necessity to replace him. The move was welcomed by the conservative nobility in the House of Lords, and much of the Prussian legislature, who had hoped to maintain their independence from the federal government, but was met with disappointment from the government. Numerous political figures supportive of Schleicher's economic recovery plans criticized the decision as well, stating that today's economic collapse requires consolidation of resources, not infighting between Prussia and the Empire. We'll have to work with what we have. Ooh, that's bad. It's like this guy becomes negative. Fuck! Fuck! That's actually awful. Fucking Kurt. It's not a smart play, Kurt. And surely Ant King dies there. There's a forest there we can grind. Let's try and get there fast. But my, in response to the growing militancy of the German workers and citing previous sporadic cases of violence during the electoral campaign, the police force of Berlin issued a ban on open-air political gatherings in the city during May 1st, aiming to prevent the planned May Day demonstrations. This did not deter far-left activists, however, and even emboldened some. These restrictions appeared to affirm the official party line of the KEPD that capitalism has entered its third period, and so will respond to workers' movements with more and more draconian force. Demonstrations took place across the city. Rough tallies of the numbers showed that threats of police violence balanced out the growing socialist membership, meaning that the size of the KPD and KPD gatherings were hardly larger than normal. Still, Berlin police responded with force, sending out flying squads and attacking with truncheons wherever demonstrations were reported. Even the lawful conventions, such as SPD and liberal trade union assemblies, were mistaken for socialist protests and attacked. Street combat broke out in the socialist-dominated Wedding district, but it was one-sided and only served to escalate the police response. Live rounds were fired upon KEPD demonstrations, and over 30 people were killed by the end of the day. Around 200 were injured, and 1,200 were arrested by the police. Distribution of the Kommunistische Arbeiterzeitung was curtailed in the aftermath to suppress the casualty numbers, but the message spread across the nation nonetheless, and further inflamed friction between the government and the labor movement. The events were largely viewed positively by the right wing of the Reichstag, while the Liberals and SPD were more divided. In particular, the SPD newspaper Vorwärts produced a scathing piece stating that the KPD was seeking to intentionally sacrifice supporters' lives. The Social Democratic delegation in the Reichstag officially protested the actions of Berlin policemen and demanded an investigation. The demands fell on deaf ears, however, while tensions continued to rise. We cannot let syndicalism happen here. Man, guys, can you believe the leftists are infighting? Ooh, economic decline score. Uh-oh. That's fine. We have extraneous. We have extraneous. Alright, so Ant King is dead. Alright, we got our suicide pills. Let's do. You guys can do passive defense, get interrogation techniques. Alright, so the Greeks have stolen our assets. We'll just apply sanctions. We're not going to be too hard. We won't be too harsh on the Greeks. So we got that. We can establish price controls. We get 2 cards to play. Uh, 5% Oh, we get political power gain and civvy factories. Like, that's pretty good. So that seems like we probably want to do that. Let's do that. Guarantee leading role of trade unions. Fall of the Eastern Railway. The Polish railway network, managed by the KKWIP, Królewski Koleji Wyspółpracy i Postępu, is largely owned by a German subsidiary of the KPU GHSTE, Königlich Preußisch und Großherzoglich Hessische Staatseisenbahn, a Prussian government railway company. This arrangement has secured German oversight over the vital transportation route to the Oststaaten, but also required considerable funding to keep the entire route operable for major military deployments to the east. With a dramatically reduced need for traffic and cuts to the KPU GHSTE budget, the railway's fate is now uncertain. With thousands of railway workers unemployed, the Polish government is under tremendous pressure to buy the corporation out from the Prussian hands. This would result in the Poles taking care of the little financial losses, but our military questions how safe it would be to entrust the Poles with the ownership of the most vital route in Middle Europa. So, will we ever have political power, guys? This is like real Kaiserreich hours here with the. We got some commie volunteer tanks there. Looks like AI is once again going to fuck up our grind, though. Compensation for the Preußische Ostbahn. A number of major businessmen in Ukraine have come together in a state-sponsored plan to buy the majority shares of the Prussian Eastern Railways, a subsidiary of the Prussian State Railway Company, which operates the majority of railways in Ukraine. With this transaction, the ownership of the railway is transferred to the Ukrainian Railway Corporation. Admittedly, this is still a sizable portion of the German private ownership. Sure. Okay, we got 50 PP for that. I'll take it. Cabinet Schleicher turn completed. Recent negotiations in the Reichstag have been completed. We can once again flag parties and party factions in order to prevent them from joining the opposition. So now we have them on the black side. We're gonna have to block. DKP. I have to focus on them for a while. So you get agrarian parties. Block them. Zentrum right. Block them. I guess you can block some of these guys here too. We got 2 more blocks left, right? So the minority block, 14, Zentrum left, and LVP left. I thought we're supposed to get an additional block because we picked to go alone, right? Like, this is bullshit. Alright, we'll arrange some meetings. Mother's Day. Ever since U.S. Congress designated the second day of May as Mother's Day in 1914, as a sign of love and reverence for mothers of the world, this American tradition has slowly gained traction across the Atlantic. After the end of the well-created Association of German Flower Shop Owners, Verband Deutscher Blumengeschäftinhaber, took advantage of this as a marketing tactic, promoting the date to raise flower sales in May. The liturgical emphasis of the original vision of the holiday also earned the support of religious conservative groups who considered it a viable alternative to International Women's Day, initiated by socialist organizations. Movements calling for making it an official holiday earned traction in the German Empire in the 1920s and 1930s. Alongside business owners, conservative societies, and women's rights activists, the campaign in Germany was also endorsed by Völkisch groups, who connected the idea of Mother's Day with their far-right ideal of a loyal childbearing mother who is the future of the Germanic master race. The appointment of Kurt von Schleicher, a patriotic nationalist Reich Chancellor, who nevertheless displays a progressive streak, has uplifted the hopes of this activist campaign, and numerous letters have reached Berlin requesting him to finally make Mother's Day a national holiday. The Empire has seen better days, but perhaps a small propaganda victory will cause no harm. He'll do that. Good. Black Monday turn continued. The Night Bearer continues. So we'll get new cards in 32 days. So we'll have our new cards before this is over. So like maybe we let it focus complete. And then we'll look at what we do for Black Monday. Alright, so got our machine tools. So we can pick concentrated or dispersed. I hope I won't have too many technology flips, so I'm going to go concentrated. We'll go like that as well too. I keep my I also gotta get we have our experience here, so we'll create a new variant. I'll put the close support gun on. Wow, our output is minus 99%. Okay, so we're just not making equipment. That's unfortunate. I guess that is the downside of the path we picked, but it's okay. Lithuanian envoy. An envoy has arrived from Lithuania, wishing to invite representatives from our government to negotiate a new trade agreement. Currently, due to the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk and our subsequent agreements, we have restricted Lithuanian trade from the Baltic Sea. The goods either go through Memel or Riga. Now it appears they wish to have unrestricted access to the Baltic Sea, circumventing Memel and Riga. Sure. We'll do that. Manuel Carlos, full control of Argentina. Well, that's good for him, isn't it? Leadership changes in the center. Times could definitely be better for the Zentrum Party, the main representation of Catholic interests in German parliamentary politics. After many years of aimless leadership under the moderate Rhenish wing, two mediocre election results in 1931 and 1936, and the collapse of several government cabinets with Zentrum participation over the course of the last few years, Zentrum chairman Theodor von Grurard has officially announced his retreat from the leadership of the party. A party conference, the first in many years, is due to be called in the near future, and politically interested observers are convinced that it will be one of the fierce party internal confrontations. Throughout the last decade, new factions within Germany's oldest political party have sprung up like mushrooms and are willing to seize power and lead the party onto a new political course. But the question will be, what political wing will come out on top? Okay, so we can't target Zentrum anymore. Yikes, my production efficiency. Stupid Black Monday. Another one of these guys. Nation sees voting bailout. I forgot about that. So not too much there. Poland can't really do much there either yet. Still, Black Monday has left deep scars in the global economy, and particularly on the Deutsche Asiatische Bank in Shanghai, which seems to have fallen victim to unscrupulous business practices and possibly insider trading. Our delegation is now seeking guidance on how they should vote concerning the proposed bailout of the DAB. Bail them out. Do I have any more 80s? What? It's Württemberg. That's already building. Bradenburg, already building. This one's already blocked out, so I guess we're still fine with our factory queue. Cool, so we got our vote in legation cities, that's nice. Haitian President Demosthenes Calixte asked for support. With the Haitian civil war raging between incumbent President Demosthenes Calixte and challenger Elie Lescott, they've asked for our support. In exchange, they promise that Germany will gain a friendly port in the Caribbean and be able to expand their influence in the Americas. Sure. Ooh, Edward von Kleist Schmenzen attacks Schleicher. A scathing criticism of the Reichskanzler has been delivered in national newspapers by Ewald von Kleist Schmenzen, the Oberpräsident of Pomerania, from his offices in Stettin. He denounced Schleicher's lack of principles and heartless pragmatism, which will bring no new vision to the German Empire, merely a mockery cobbled up from 100 competing ideas. To him, the Reichskanzler is a liberalist tactician, unprincipled opportunist, Girondin. One day he acts a nearly syndicalist before the trade unions in the Rhineland, another day he denounces those same ideas as he plots with business owners and puppet bureaucrats. Such a man can never reinvigorate the German nation, really drag it down deeper. The words of the rising star among German conservatives has traveled far. A well-connected East Albion aristocrat and leader of the Pomeranian agrarian movement, Kleist Schmenzen represents a new Juncker generation, and has already been considered by the conservatives as a potential candidate for Prussian minister-president, or even the Reichskanzler. His sentiment towards Schleicher is shared by the DKP in particular, who have chosen this week to finally announce their electoral alliance with the DVLP will continue in the Reichstag as well. Yes, it's easy for him to attack in his comfy Stettin office, isn't it? Rip my PP. We got some nice PP from this though. All right, have to arrange some meetings for our boy Schleicher. So we can't block Zentrum right, but we can block the Agrarians again. Agrarians have nothing anyways, so that's... So do we want to block the red Zen? So they're at 117, and the other coalition is more than that. If a coalition reaches a majority, they will initiate a vote of no confidence. So I don't know if it makes sense to play the left and the right against each other. LVP, minority block, Centrum left. I guess we might as well block the Agrarians. I mean, they don't have anything anyways, but we'll block them. Make me feel a little bit better about the situation, maybe. I don't know. Do trade union goals so I can do our Brack Monday nonsense card game. The money creation cards. I don't think I have any money creation cards. So relief cards will deal 20% more stability. Try changing the crisis type. So capital control card. Which we don't have. Is it possible to win this round? Let's cooperate with businesses, maybe. Do that. Ugh. You get 750, 750. I guess to 1950, 1950. So there's a reform card. That's not good. I spent it all, boys, and like we got nothing to show for it. Um, Fall of the Roedern cabinet. The incumbent nonpartisan government in Prussia, led by Minister-President Siegfried von Roedern, has not endured the aftermath of the economic crisis. The elections of 1936 have driven tensions between the members of Roedern's coalition as well. The Prussian DVLP, DKP, Zentrum, and LVP witnessed a change of demeanor in their federal counterparts and thus began drifting themselves. After a failed vote on government subsidies to Silesian coal industries, which were blasted by the DVLP as ridiculous support for sycophants and Jews, Roedern chose to resign due to the legislature's lack of confidence in the cabinet. Wilhelm II, as King of Prussia, accepted the recommendation of the House of Lords and appointed Adolf Tortolowicz von Bataki-Freybe as the next Mr. President of Prussia. A relatively pragmatic East Prussian aristocrat of Lithuanian roots, Bataki earned notoriety for his leadership of the Imperial Nutrition Office during the Weltkrieg. News outlets have believed that he will seek to maintain Roedern's coalition of the center and right and retain most of the incumbent ministers. Superficial change. Yeah, this guy still sucks. Zentrum Party Conference nominates Sturgerwald. This week, Zentrum convenes its party conference in the city of Essen in the heart of Ruhr, a known hotbed of the powerful Christian trade union movement. Quite fittingly, the board has already nominated a candidate that comes from a trade union background and who, according to observers, has an undeniably high chance of winning. Adam Stegerwald, the most influential representative of the party's labor wing for several decades, and since recently the leader of the Zentrum parliamentary faction in the Reichstag. However, while Stegerwald enjoys enormous influence and sway within Zentrum's party board, parliamentary faction, and among Christian trade unions, he is viewed with skepticism by the church, Catholic interest groups, and middle-class organizations who fear that Stegerwald might be too divisive and not a proper leading figure for one of the empire's most diverse parties. His opponents perceive him as a power-hungry and anti-clerical, and questionable support for the Reichskanzler Schleicher's queer front concept has made him many enemies. Thus, many Zentrum delegates of the conference loudly demand Sturgerwald should only be able to run for chairman under one condition. He has to resign as parliamentary leader in the Reichstag. Will the trade union behemoth negotiate with his opponents under these circumstances? I'll say he stands firm, whatever. Declaration of the Kampfkandidatur. In an emotional speech, Steigerwald has officially rejected any kind of concession to his opponents under the thundering applause from his supporters. In his words, the party leader of the future needs to retain full command over both the chairmanship and the parliamentary faction. Otherwise, Zentrum is bound to continue in its feeble course and will be reduced to a second fiddle in German party politics. Naturally, however, Steigerwald's stance has evoked even greater hostility among his opponents. Escalation is imminent. This morning, a strong united front of middle-class and church representatives and delegates from the particularist-minded states of Bavaria, Luxembourg, and Alsace-Lorraine is formed to challenge the ambitious trade unionists in a direct confrontation, a so-called Kampfkandidatur, a party leadership race in which both sides have high chances to win. Since the end of the war, the Zentrum party organizations in Munich, Strasbourg, and Luxembourg have maintained far-reaching autonomy, in which they were more than willing to defend. The ever-growing influence of Christian trade unions could harm these achievements, and thus resistance to Steigerwald's rise is rampant. The vision is a nomination of a shared leadership representatives from all major Catholic constituent states under the lead of the firebrand Bavarian Minister of Finance, Fritz Schaefer, who, as a pious Catholic and proud Bavarian with the rightist tendencies, would perfectly symbolize a return to a more traditionalist, federalist, and middle-class-oriented course. The party board, however, is not happy at all about these plans, fearing that the direct confrontation between two highly influential wings of the party could tear the entire Zentrum apart, especially as regionalist tendencies play too pronounced a role. The counterproposal is a triumvirate of compromise against Steigerwald, consisting of the Rhenish moderate Hugo Moning, the progressive trade union leader Joseph Joes, and the moderately rightist compromise candidates Henrik Bruning and the former vice chancellor. I think we probably want to accept the triumvirate there. Because our main enemies are the right wing right now, right? It's like if we make them right, that seems like that'd be not the greatest for us. Triumvirate is rejected. For the sake of keeping the peace within the party, Steigerwald's opponents have accepted the board's suggestion, instead nominated the Big Tent Triumvirate consisting of Jews, Moning, and Bruning against Steigerwald, thus putting less emphasis on the federal aspect in an effort to prevent an open conflict between the federalist-minded delegates and the more unitarist-minded trade unionists. However, almost immediately after, the plan has been shot down by a front of younger delegates. Multiple reasons speak against it. Among them, that the triumvirate would be against the traditions of the party, and the fact that a multi-member leadership would mean that the unassertive leadership that's been a problem for years would remain an issue. Instead, the delegates have brought forward a motion in which they demand an immediate vote on the future chairman without any compromise constellations, which was approved by a slight majority. These new circumstances massively complicate the search for a non-divisive party chairman. Steigerwald is convinced to remain in the race and claim the chairmanship for himself, but his most promising competitor from the initial triumvirate plan, the progressive trade unionist Joseph Joes, announced that the withdrawal of his bid soon after, well aware that on his own he wouldn't have a chance against Steigerwald. This means that apart from Steigerwald, only the moderate Moning remains in the race, who is hardly considered to have a high chance of winning due to similarity to Gerard. The right, however, soon found themselves struck by disaster. To the surprise of many, the short-lived acceptance of the compromise triumvirate plan created an open conflict in the right wing, with Southern German and Prussian representatives suddenly at each other's throats. The Bavarians accused the group around Bruning, who is now supposed to run as the rightist solo candidate, of having made a pact with the party board for opportunistic and selfish motives in order to secure North German dominance. To an outsider, the conflict might seem silly and ridiculous, but it appears to have substantially weakened the party's right wing. At what cost? Who is still left in the field? I guess that's the question. Steigerwald victorious. The chairman elections are over, the votes have been counted, and the final result is ready to be announced to the public. Despite initial difficulties, a Christian trade unionist, Adam Steigerwald, stands victorious over his moderate and rightist contenders by a considerable margin. In the end, a bad case of crippling functionalism has paralyzed the rightists at the worst possible moment and paved the way for the labor wing's glorious victory. For Steigerwald, this victory is proof that it was worthwhile to stand firm in the face of his opponent's demands. In accordance with the wishes of the younger delegates, he will now seize virtually unrestricted control over both the Reichstag faction and the chairmanship. In the Reich Chancellery, this news will certainly be received with great delight. The Christian trade unions are considered main supporters of Schleicher's vision and are more than willing to finally bridge the gap between left and right for the benefit of the German working class. Steigerwald's own political views, on the other hand, are relatively elusive and flexible. Although in essence positive about Schleicher, like many of his fellow trade unionists, he still harbors a certain skepticism due to Schleicher's dubious military past. Steigerwald's pragmatism enables fruitful cooperation with practically every party from the SPD to the DVLP, but his ideal conception of the Zentrum is undoubtedly located in the political center. The idea of an interconfessional German Christian national and social people's party, which would form the bulwark for the interests of the patriotic, religious, and deeply monarchist middle and working classes, at the same time weaken the rise of the Marxist parties and trade unions, has played a major role in his vision for a long time. Only the future will show at what point Steigerwald's flexibility will reach its limits. What does this spell for Zentrum? General strike in the Ruhr. Man, like, you can't even, I can't even take a drink and put it down without getting hammered by these fucking events. Christ. The violence of Berlin during May Day emboldened both the socialist movement and the employers' associations and sharpened the tension between them. The Association of German Iron and Steel Industrialists, the most influential employers' organization in the Ruhr, chose a policy of confrontation with the working class, refusing negotiations with trade unions. Their worry was that the further wage increases demanded by steelworkers to cope with high inflation would make their production uncompetitive and spell doom for the industry in the volatile economic environment. When the trade unions in the Ruhr, led by the free trade unions, but also involving their liberal and Christian counterparts, terminated their collective agreement to demand 15 pfennig per hour wage increase, the industrialists responded with a lockout, trying to force the unions to bend to their will. In a country already suffering from economic plight and societal tension, this triggered a cascade effect. Unions across the nation, but especially in the Ruhr, declared their sympathy with the locked-out workers and joined the call for a general strike. Even several representatives in the Reichstag, most notably Max Sadowitz, spoke out in favor of the strikers and declared the lockout illegal. Over 1 million workers have joined the strike by the end of the week, paralyzing industry across much of the country. The Reichskanzler has a new challenge to face. Can't they see we are all already suffering enough? So I guess we didn't roll back anyway, so I mean, that's nice. What we got here? Inflation crisis. Capital control is more effective. So we spent quite a bit on the GDP last time and got nothing. So like, I got to be careful to make sure that if we add the numbers, that we're actually get something of value. We get 2 cards for 1 on that one. It's not bad. This costs us nothing. It changes the crisis type. We have no capital controls anyways, so like you might as well change the crisis type. We have work creation cards will be more. Maybe 2K. We'll draw 2 cards. So fucking dumb. All right, so we get. So if we do this, if we toss everything at us, we get 600, 1200, 1350, 1440. Push the wrong button here. So 600, 1200, 1350, 1440. So you probably skip out on the 600 even on that one. So you can do 500, 1125. 1200. Would still lose on the economic deadline. So if we go all in, we can get something this turn. So we might as well do it. So well, hopefully they'll get a tick back to -7. Oh, we'll abstain. Let's get a first construction tag. We can just go into construction. No, that's maybe a little bit too far out. So what do we want then? I guess we could get that in anticipation of that. Get our medium howitzer for a tank. Let's go ahead and do that then. Minus 102% factory output. So that's nice. They're not building anything. It's like maybe if you're gonna go this plan, like maybe because you have like no factory output anyways, maybe the better strategy as Germany would be to convert all your mills to civs, so it's faster. At least holding production efficiency. Yes. I mean, there is that. KPD calls for armed struggle in the Ruhr. The beginning of the general strike in the Ruhr has emboldened far-left organizations across Germany. On the other hand, they have welcomed the beginning of the strike with reservation and the view that the syndicalists and radical socialists and the KPD, and other far-left parties, the last thing this mass movement should become is a mere battle for workers' rights. That is hopeless concessionism to the bourgeois upper class, which will merely take the revolution more distant rather than make it draw nearer. Newspapers such as the Kommunistische Arbeiter, Zeitung, and Die Rose Fahne have begun calling for the Rhenish workers to establish dual rule in the Ruhr, replacing the state's organs with workers' councils which can manage the day-to-day affairs, provide leadership to the workers, and eventually replace the state entirely. The Marxist philosopher and one of the leading figures of the Berlin tendency of the KPD, Karl Korsch, called for the formation of the proletarian hundreds to defend the brewing workers rising from any attempts at suppression. The Preußische Geheimpolizei has curtailed the distribution of this revolutionary material and has begun investigating both the KPD and KPD for their state-threatening activity. Syndicalism will not happen here. And syndicalist Germany would be a fucking trip, wouldn't it? French spies caught in Alsace. Where there's smoke, there's fire. When there's strikes, there's the hand of the French. The Preußische Geheimpolizei has tracked down a number of spy rings operating in Essen, which is connected with the embassy of the Commune of France. It appears that Paris is providing discreet support to radical elements in the Ruhr general strike in order to prolong its activity and weaken us, or even build up a revolution. The saboteurs and traitors were rounded up and arrested, and all of their known contacts within the left have been investigated for any ties to France. A diplomatic protest has been issued to Paris, and tensions on the border have understandably grown. A war seems extremely unlikely, however, even in the distant future. World tension ticks up a little bit. Okay, legation vote passes. Rhenish and Westphalia and sympathy strikes. Okay, we got Argentinian trade delegation. The spark lit in the Ruhr has now reached the rest of the densely populated industrialized Rhineland-Westphalia region. One after another, workers, groups, and factories and local trade unions proclaimed their allegiance with the general strike, and the members spilled into the streets, demanding the government intervention in the economy. Further expansions of worker rights, justice for the martyrs of Berlin, Blumenthal, and punishment for businessmen and their legal lockouts in the Ruhr. An article by the mayor of Cologne, Konrad Adenauer, has reached the Frankfurter Zeitung in the aftermath. describing that the economic life in the city as well as much of the region has effectively stopped thanks to the strike. Denounced the strikers in the article, demanding them to stand down as their ranks are infiltrated and hijacked by socialist agents. That's annoying. Argentinian trade deal, like, of course, we will take that. Like to have consumer goods. Fuck. Let's try to slip in there. It's not gonna happen. Protests in Ukraine. Just as their own domestic problems continue to rise, so do they for most important ally in the East. Hetman Pavlo Skoropadsky, who we backed in early 1918 as their key ally in Ukraine, has been facing increasingly bitter criticism from the exiled Republican opposition who have been demanding political and economic reforms. Worryingly, the situation seems to be spiraling out of the Hetman's control. It's true that we have little to spare for our Ukrainian ally, but some say that this is a matter of national security. If we fail to provide some form of assistance, Hetman's rule may not be for much longer. Well, we'll try it. I don't know. We'll do the things. Social Democratic unions support Ruhr strike. Despite their traditional hesitation towards using union action for political gains, the General German Trade Union Federation, ADGB, one of the largest trade union organizations in the empire and affiliate of the SPD, was closely monitored by the press and the public ever since the beginning of the Ruhr strikes. As the SPD was seen as an opponent of the Schleicher, the trade unions joining forces with the socialist strikers may be exactly what they need to take down the despised Reichskanzler. The Federation's news outlet, Die Arbeit, answered this question. Trade unions within the Federation were called to join the strike, though with reservations. Their flight should not be for the rights of workers and for practical reforms to the relationship between capital and labor, and not foolish attempts at revolutionary overthrow. Hundreds of thousands of workers across Germany have thus joined the Ruhr strike, further paralyzing industry. So much for the patriotic left. The Ruhrkampf. Is there like anything I can even do about the Ruhrkampf? I don't think so. Okay, there is over here. Another fucking minigame. So I didn't even realize I was playing this fucking minigame. Well, I guess we spend our fucking political power, boys. So maybe I guess maybe do man in the high castle. Like, it seems like we might need to do this because we decided to go it alone, right? Hmm. Leave the man in the high castle. Gotta keep the government, I guess. I don't know. Collab government. We need more collab. We need network strength 50%. That's fair enough. And we'll continue to build civvy factories, I guess. Strike of Luxembourg Mining Metalworkers Union. The winds of the Ruhr General Strike have reached the small yet industrialized Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, one of the most recent additions to the German Empire. Here, Nicholas Beaver, the chairman of the Luxembourg Mining and Metalworkers Union, one of the largest trade union confederations in the Grand Duchy, has pledged himself to the strike, pushing thousands of workers across Luxembourg to do so as well. The famous Luxembourg steel industry has frozen almost entirely in the aftermath, and conglomerates such as ARBED now desperately seek workers to fill critical positions in their plants. The news were not taken well in the Chamber of Deputies of the small duchy, where the Luxemburger Party of the Right, an affiliate of the Zentrum, has denounced the strike as an act of treason against the Grand Duchy itself. Prime Minister Joseph Beck has warned that syndicalist infiltration from France will be met with harsh countermeasures. Iberia asks for aid. I don't think I can afford too much on Liberia. Other problems, blood on the Rhine. General strike underway in the Rhineland has claimed its first victims. The police in Essen reports that 2 bodies have been found in the Rhine at night, both riddled with several bullet holes. Most of them are identified as activists and organizers in the metalworkers unions. And a quick investigation by law enforcement has deduced a trail to far-right activists of the Rhineland. War veterans and extremist youth associated with Völkisch far-right nationalists, Savankovist, and National Socialist movements have occasionally cropped up in the news ever since the Weltkrieg, participating in street clashes and political campaigns in favor of the fringe far-right parties. The worrying, they were generally overlooked by post-war governments as a non-threat. It appears several of them in Essen, seeking to take matters into their own hands to prevent a Judeo-syndicalist takeover of the Reich, assassinated their socialist opponents in the night. The news of the deaths has sparked furor among the workers, and numerous members of the Reichstag demand the government show solidarity with the victims' families. This would paint us as weak on the strike, however. I think we would want to reduce the Ruhr uprising, right? Like, Ruhr, it seems bad. Nice to be able to kill that French tank there. That'd be hilarious. War Debt Rebellion. Ooh, our equipment situation is not great. Not great. Magnus von Levitzow criticizes government passivity. The government's decision to reimburse the families of the victims of violence in the Ruhr was met with open, loud resistance in the Reichstag chambers.
Conservatives and nationalists whipped up a frenzy, declaring that this is no more than a kowtow against national traitors. The most aggressive voice in the party, or the most aggressive voice in the opposition, is Magisfine Levitzau, a notable member of the Fatherland Party. One of the heroes of the Battle of Jutland, the close ally of Alfred von Tirpitz, he's infamous across the political spectrum for his hard-line stances against syndicalism and far-left views. On the parliamentary floor, Levitzau appealed to his and many members of the government's common military background and declared that for us soldiers it is important to stand in a united front in association with the security police, the residence armed forces, and the technical emergency aid, and to fight the battle announced by the communists with all sacrifices for the good of the fatherland. He's not the only one, and should the Reichskanzler not heed their demands, the far right of the Reichstag promised to escalate their resistance after this appeasement. I think we're going to disband these. I might also disband these guys here too. Get ourselves some equipment back. So we can, Exporting arms to Venezuela. Yes, let's do that. Okay, so we got here. Sternberg defeated the Mongol rebels. Well, it's good for him, I suppose. Fall of the Bataki cabinet. The government of Adolf Torlowicz von Bataki Freybe in Prussia was short-lived. The DVLP and LVP have both fully severed their membership in the House of Representatives coalition. Liberals could no longer find an accord with the nationalists and conservatives, while the DVLP demanded to earn additional ministries to account for their size in the legislature, but were rebuffed. Briefly, Bataki considered negotiations with a significant social democratic faction in the assembly, but these talks broke down as well as the SPD demanded no less than subjugation. Advised by his circle and the House of Lords of Prussia, Wilhelm II announced the dissolution of the Prussian House of Representatives. The King of Prussia's short note on the decision sent from the Königliches Schloss in Berlin stated that as the composition of the current house cannot come to an agreement and to back a lasting government, the king has found it fitting to return their mandate back to the people and await new legislature. Snap elections will be held in a month, and though the plural election system of Prussia means that all sides expect only minor adjustments, a Prussian electoral campaign has begun. The results will just bring much of the same. The snap elections in Prussia finally arrived and have witnessed considerable gains for the Schwarz-Weiss-Rose coalition, thanks to active campaigning and mobilization by the agrarian movements in East Elbia. Though they did not earn a majority, they collected allies in Zentrum and the minor liberal parties such as Wirtschaftspartei and National Liberals, and most importantly have swayed the Kaiser to their side. Wilhelm II, as King of Prussia, chose to appoint the coalition's preferred candidate, Wald von Kleist-Schmenzen, as the Minister-President of Prussia. In his first speech before the Prussian House of Representatives, Minister-President Kleist announced two axes of his cabinet's political program: reform in the Prussian countryside, which will relieve the struggling agricultural sector and lay a path towards economic recovery, and second, asserting Prussia's position in the empire. Observers, including the Reichskanzler, are certain that this will amount to open resistance to the central government, support for the right-wingers in the Reichstag, and a dangerous federal Prussian dualism in the empire. Perhaps something should have been done to prevent this. What was I supposed to have done to prevent that? I guess I had to do that one focus. The Kanzler on the radio. The months leading up to 1936 elections did not give the German populace a good image of the government. Divided, fighting over petty conflicts, and ignorant of the needs of the people, they appeared complicit in the financial collapse in February. Recovery from the financial crisis requires for the government to regain the people's trust, both to ensure that the masses of unemployed and impoverished do not resort to radical ends, and also to sway the Reichstag by displaying the Reichskanzler's personal popularity. Kurt von Schleicher, through more of a technician of politics and public face, took on the task. The office of the Reichskanzler established a program of weekly radio talks, during which the Reichskanzler explained his plans for economic recovery, the policies he intends to present there before the Reichstag for a vote, and how they may benefit the German people. During the radio talks, he invoked a comparison between Germany's current bereft state with the condition of Prussia in its first half of the 18th century, and compared his vision with the policy of a more moderate Frederick Wilhelm I for national recovery. Much like the king concentrated on domestic reorganization and avoided conflict during his long reign, so too Schleicher intends to focus patently on domestic problems. Much like he had attended to economic development and granted privileges to productive workers, so will his government encourage the streamlining of the economy and offer the most far-reaching satisfaction of legitimate desires of the entire working class. This unprecedented move of personal connection between the Reichskanzler and the German people was a success. Hundreds of thousands across Germany turned out to listen to the radio talks, and the contents of the Schleicher speeches were consistently commented and discussed throughout the press. Well, good for him. So I would like to do that. But I feel like, I don't know, we also kind of don't want to let the things get out of control too much. I don't know. Fucking rare comp. This is like super annoying to have to think about all this at the same time, but I don't know, we'll do it's not bad. New rare comp suppression. Staff of the Reichskanzler have drafted a proposal for Schleicher, an official visit to the Ruhr to alleviate some of the tensions personally. This will involve several speeches to trade union representatives in the region and a final public one in Essen, where the Reichskanzler is to promise labor law reform and state protection for the strikers who peacefully return to work. This would strengthen Schleicher's reputation as a Red General and pave the way towards a peaceful resolution of general strike. Of course, this proposal comes with its own risks. There's no telling what impression the Reichskanzler will make towards the agitated, frustrated proletarian public, whether they will be impressed by his promises or be only more emboldened to resist. Finally, while the risk is low, the presence of armed radicals among the Ruhr strikers means there's a possibility some may take matters into their own hands. Well, we'll try it. Good luck, Kurt. The beginning of the Ruhr general strike, the greatest challenge for the political establishment of the empire since 1925, ultimately proved to be Reichskanzler Schleicher's undoing. The Red General's plot, as suspected, was to keep the strike going for as long as possible in order to pressure the establishment parties into supporting him, as the only option to prevent syndicalism, yet he was unable to handle the situation. What? The current intensity of the rear uprising is 10 of 100. Huh. Okay. The SPD and its allies in formal alliance known as Democratic Union took advantage of the situation. The strike has grown moderate enough that its leadership began open cooperation with Social Democrats and through his progressive allies close to the Kaiser, Hermann Mueller, convinced the court, including Wilhelm II, that a social democratic government will be able to settle the strike swiftly, ensure that such mass industrial actions do not repeat again. This proved more attractive than the Reichskanzler's vague promises of national security. Though Schleicher fought to the best of his ability, he was forced to resign. His role in history will thus be that of a mere interim period independent who had led Germany for a few brief months before handing the reins over to the government of Hermann Mueller. For the first time in the empire's history, a social democrat has been begrudgingly appointed as Reichskanzler. All of the empire's resistance and conservatism could not stand against the march of history. Well, at least we get efficiency growth, 10%. Okay. Well, I guess I fucked up my mini games. Like, right away, our game's already fucking a bit derailed. It's like, that's kind of dog shit, isn't it? Democratic Union government in Germany. Kurt von Schleicher was unable to control the resistance of the Reichstag and handle the backlash of the economic collapse. So ultimately, he was removed from his post. It was a parliamentary left and center which benefited from his fall. Our reformist government, backed by an SPD-led Democratic Union coalition, acquired the majority in the Reichstag. Hermann Mueller, the SPD's co-chairman, has become the first social democratic Reichskanzler in Germany's history, and his cabinet promises an ambitious program of social reform and constitutional changes to transform the empire into a parliamentary monarchy. These goals will inevitably face the resistance of the conservative establishment, however. The victory of democracy. In the streets of Paris, Berlin, New York, the German Empire has always been stereotyped as a country of Junkers and soldiers commanded by the Kaiser, like a general commanding his regiment. But that cannot be further from the truth. Since the very beginning, the forces of democracy fought against a deeply rooted aristocracy. The interests of reactionary business owners and corporations, the influence of an all-powerful Prussian army, and the machinations of the monarchy among the workers. Social Democratic Party rose and became the most powerful party in the country. From the heterogeneous complex of German liberalism, the United Liberal People's Party ultimately formed. The Catholics' desire and a will to reform the empire towards inclusion and democracy finally took over. Finally, a union of the democratic forces has vanquished the reactionaries of the conservative nationalist bloc and the deceitful rise to power of the militarist Schleicher. And it is not led by a weak figurehead appointed by the Kaiser or a moderate selected from the liberals or Catholics. No. For the first time in history of the German Empire, a social democrat holds the office of Reichskanzler. Hermann Mueller, the leader of the parliamentary group of the SPD, has assumed the position and will chair a cabinet composed of representatives from all members of the coalition, partisan government through and through. Already hopes and dreams race in the social democrat leadership discussions. What reforms will they finally be able to push forth, finally given the means to do so? Has the time come for a second parliamentarization of the empire? What can be done to make the democratization of Germany permanent, and what changes can they expect from the right that is surely bitter with their victory? Trust their profit. Okay, cool, whatever. Fucking minigames. So fucking stupid. The Leibniz program. The Erfurt program adopted in 1891 was adequate in unifying the party during the revisionist debate and keeping it steady into the Weltkrieg, but it was no longer relevant in the parliamentarized system that was adopted in March 1920. The defection of the radical wing of the party and the revolutions in France and Russia also required the party to find its stance on these tremendous changes. Thus, in 1922, a national party conference was held in the Silesian town of Liegnitz, where after several days of deliberation, a new party program was adopted and remains the primary guide of SPD policy to this day. The Liegnitz program retains the Marxist fundamentals of the party, such as the concept of class struggle and the eventual transition to socialism. It is noticeably more vague on their shape and form and is more accepting of non-proletarian membership, such as agrarians and white-collar workers, and declares the SPD's medium-term priority is a democratic parliamentarian government where workers can express their interests, defend their rights, and grow their class consciousness. Its constitutional goal is to reform the empire into a fully parliamentarian monarchy. The achievements of the March Constitution must be defended and expanded further, and the people should become the primary source of power in the German Empire. Practical demands include nationalization of rail, coal, and steel industries, welfare system reform, social housing, cartel busting, and civil service reform. In the elections of 1936, SPD candidates campaigned on these programs rather than distant goals of constitutional reform, so the party is under pressure from its voters to keep their promises. At least he got rid of those other guys. They're actually like building a small amount of equipment now. I mean, that's nice, I guess. Like the Rurkampf still a thing? No, it's like clearly we want to cancel this and get our shit back. I'll pause. Like I'm all fucked up now because like we were supposed to do like this stuff and now we don't have it available. Like we could go back to 1st August. Like we could roll back and like try to avoid this situation, but I don't know. Maybe we'll just play it out. I guess we'll just play it out. That's incredibly frustrating. So maybe we just try and do Black Monday shit. Let's try to reduce our debt a bit. I guess I don't know. Whatever. Yesterday, at approximately 1127 hours, a naval ship of the Irish Republic named the Eli Macha was suddenly rammed by the British submarine RNS Thetis, 58 miles off the coast of the Irish coastal city of Waterford, well within Irish territorial waters. Although rescue efforts ensured both boats were saved and no lives lost, British diplomats have proven to be exceptionally cagey as to the purpose of the vessel's trespassing. The German Empire and the Irish Republic have enjoyed a strong friendship since the Weltkrieg, and Germany was among the first to recognize Irish independence and played a significant role in arming the Irish rebels against the British overlords. And while they remained associated with the British Empire after the Anglo-Irish Treaty, the British Revolution saw the establishment of substantial trade with the island country and their eventual entry into Middle Europa. In the eyes of our business community and intelligence services, the seemingly minor incident is merely the beginning of a British assault on the Teutonic influence of the Isle. The current Foreign Secretary, Rudolf Nadolny, a long-serving career diplomat, has expressed concern at this Nicholas Bloch's attempts to take advantage of Germany's domestic distractions, while heeding Reichschancellor Mueller's advice to stick to a cautious approach. With the cabinet unable to afford a diplomatic crisis over this episode while already dealing with the present turmoil at home, Not only accordingly condemned the British Navy's intrusion into Irish waters and gave assurances that Germany would continue to stand by its friends and interests in Dublin, aiming to deter Britain from further actions against the Irish while the German nation gets back on its feet. Get new decisions. I don't see any new decisions. So what's this? So democracy and reaction. Led by the social... Okay, so then we have escalation of the Verkamp. Okay. The Democratic Union has taken power into the empire and now pursues an agenda of common sense welfare and constitutional reform. Immediately, several pressures demand our attention from all sides. Having received the opportunity to steer Germany towards democratic direction, we must not waste our chance. Our focus tree allows us to build a constitution, preparing various reforms which we can apply after the Second World War. At the same time, however, our party demands immediate action. The poverty of the people demands us to implement reforms from our platform, or else lose the faith of the party grassroots. Finally, we do not govern alone. Our coalition is wide, and each of its members have their own interests. Coalition loyalty shows how willing they are to stay with us. If it drop to zero, they might attempt to leave, and if we lose a majority of the Reichstag, our cabinet is sure to fall. Finally, keep the conservative establishment in mind. They will fight tooth and nail to cause the downfall of our government. I don't know. I'm just going to maybe ignore this shit. I don't really care all that much. We got Sedan Tag. Canned fruit from Middle Africa. Thanks to the initiative of Carl Ritter, Middle Africa is now producing tropical fruits, mostly canned in such significant quantities that they are appearing on German store shelves. While this does not really challenge our local produce, it does mean that they're no longer entirely dependent on imports from the New World, and that alone makes for good propaganda. Pineapple goes on toast. Okay. Well, good for them. I think we're kind of past the point where we'll be able to get like any decent grind off this shit, so let's try and cap them maybe. Uprising in Ukraine. With the Black Monday economic crisis surging through the world, disorder has been rife with the Ostatan. The situation has been particularly harsh on the Ukrainian state, with the country's agrarian economy buckling under its own weight. But the country's already a tinderbox has now erupted into a civil war with our one-time ally Simon Petlura and his Republican coalition leading insurgency in the West. The Ukrainian ambassador in Berlin has assured us that the situation is under control and this will not compromise the position of the Ostwall or the Ukrainian political situation, or else there's little we can do to actually intervene. Guys, we get 10 trucks a year. Debt restructuring. Marshall holds on. Try to get some relief cards, maybe. Maybe more artillery pieces. Maybe I should just buy that in the market. I want to buy from Russia? Not really. Here's something. We can buy it. We can buy that. Let's get 86 artillery pieces. If we can't produce, we'll buy. Luxembourger Party of the Right proposes Malcure Forgets. The strikes in Luxembourg, which have already been vulnerable to syndicalist agitation and mobilization, have made rounds in the small state's Chamber of Deputies. Located near France on the frontier before the syndicalist bloc and highly industrialized with powerful unions and local socialist organizations, has been highly anxious of a possible socialist revolt since 1920. Prime Minister Joseph Beck, representing the Luxembourger Party of the Right, has proposed to a law to curtail the growth of socialism in Luxembourg, a law for the defense of the social and political order. Opponents of the law, however, have taken to calling it the Muzzle Law, or Malcure Forgets. It would give the government the power to dissolve any other organization believed to be threatening the Constitution. As a result, it has been highly criticized by socialists and the Luxembourger SPD, who claim that Beck intends to use the law to ban all opposition to his government and orchestrate the creation of an authoritarian regime. With the Ruhrkampf as a mere excuse, the worrying growth of authoritarian elements within the Party of the Right, influenced by the authoritarian anti-socialist turn in the rest of Germany, certainly give these claims credence. Can we do anything here? So do money creation. So we get Pearly Roof from the deck. What's this? So maybe we want to do that. So at the end of the turn, we'll get 200 for every building constructed during the turn. It's like, it should be like, we build factories in like 18 days. Like, there should be like there should be a couple of them, right? It's kind of annoying that that doesn't tell me what it is, though. Like, you know, like what's the actual number that I'll be getting for that? But yeah, so if that actually remains in play, like it was definitely a mistake not to play that earlier when I had it the first time. But you know, whatever. Uh, we got like 35 to Trickster. Like that's not like the worst. Republicans win Serbia. It's nice for them, I guess. I'll build a grind for Mountaineer and Trickster. And Mountaineer's not like the worst trade. I would have rather had Ranger, but I mean, we can probably get Ranger maybe elsewhere. Joseph Beck calls referendum on Malkirk forgets. The Chamber of Deputies of Luxembourg passed infamous Malkirk forgets with a majority vote. However, this was not the end of the story. Enormous protests took to the streets in the small western state, demanding Beck's resignation and the revocation of the anti-democratic muzzle law. Criticism on the national level was equally fierce. Numerous parties, including the SPD, LVP, and even the progressive elements of Zentrum, lodged their criticism, especially as neither the Luxembourg government nor the major steel producers have even considered negotiation with the strikers. Frustrated with the opposition, Beck chose to put an end to his rhetoric once and for all by announcing a referendum on the Malkir Forgets. Believing that he represents a silent minority outside the main working class towns, he expects to win the referendum with large margin and legitimize his authoritarian move. Costa Rica. Whatever. Black Monday turn completed. The nightmare continues. Oh, he lost. That's not good. I think I guess so. If you have to be at least one to take it out. I don't know. Hold it neutral. All right, work creation. So we do that. Um. Do construction. Price controls. Shipping away their debt, maybe. Mustafa Kamal seizes power. Well, good for him. gateway to the Atlantic. Fuck off. Control over the island of Ireland has been an interest to European powers, at odds with the British due to proximity to the Great Britain and the Atlantic. No invasion plans or Irish rebellions would end in triumph until the Weltkrieg, during which armed shipments and international recognition from the German Empire successfully assisted the Irish in achieving their independence. Following the British Revolution, Irish leaders developed close ties to their liberator, pivoting the nation into Middle Europa. However, German business investments on the island have been disturbed by Black Monday, and the Union of Britain has seized the opportunity to flex their political muscles. In the wake of the Le Matcha incident, the Union of Britain has intensified efforts to foment socialist agitation in Ireland. It is crucial to German diplomatic, financial, and strategic interests that a nation of the Middle European bloc does not fall to the growing tide of syndicalism. To this end, we must completely ensure, via the promotion of Germanophile influences within the country, that the Irish Republic remains friendly to the Reichspakt. This Irish may drift closer to us from their own accord. It would be in our interest to fully ensure that this occurs, as use of the island is a base from which German forces can carry out aerial and naval operations against the British and extend the Kaiserreich Marines' power into the Atlantic Ocean. May prove vital should war break out against the Third International. I can equip the IRA, sure, I'll do that. Another dumb fucking mini game we're gonna have to play. A surprisingly dockyard output isn't that bad for us. Guess maybe we can start looking at refits. The York class. It probably costs a bit too much to do that. We have Cruiser Hull F. That's probably not worth it. Uh, do our refits here, I guess. What the fuck is this? Got a rapid fire gun. This is a cruiser. Uh, we'll upgrade to light attack. Alright, so we got that. We can start constructing some more factories. We're close to. I guess that's kind of like enough to justify that. We can grab the machine tools. Jack Reed is president of the USA. That's unfortunate. Fucking socialists. Well, we saved Nanjing, so that's nice. So we get Nanjing victorious. Our advisors in Nanjing have reported to us that with good news from China. Despite fears of complete collapse, warlord Qi Ziyuan has finally crushed all dissent in the League of Eight Provinces, preventing the socialist Kuomintang from taking over the region. Ziyuan has stated that he will restore order and stability to China, and it seems that he will use whatever means to do so, even if it means German businesses will be able to control his economy. For the immediate future, we should be able to reap the benefits of this largely unequal relationship as long as Ziyuan can stay in power, that is. So we get some PP for that. It's nice. Like, how did it go from 10 to 50? Fucking Urkoff. Like, now the Atlantic decisions are all fucking gone too, right? Like, what is this? It's fucking asinine. Sure. Sweden joins the Reichspakt. Cool, whatever. Flange Valonia, sure. Can have a bigger navy. I'll keep on working on our industry down. So we're only negative 84% now. another taking speed. They'll be on volunteers out. Yeah, I guess once we arrive in Spain, we can go down again. Tension between the coalition and the left. Unlike our opponents on the right, we rely on parliamentary support to keep our government going. And with the heterogeneous nature of our coalition means the conflict between our partners inevitably flares every once in a while. As long as these fires get contained, these disagreements over the direction can be accepted, but we should still ensure that nobody splits off and sinks the cabinet. This time it is the left wing of the SPD which has gotten into conflict with the rest of the coalition, active in civic society, distrusting of the monarchist system and supportive of working with the far left. They're hard to bear for more conservative members of the coalition and thus have been challenged. The conflict briefly flared up in the press before settling down. Alright, the nightmare continues. So we're going to knock seriously level. We have essentially 6 debt to spend, I guess, without getting worse. So you have a labor crisis. We want work. We have to hit 4,500. I guess we draw the cards. And that costs us nothing to do that. Costs us nothing to do that either. It's 1% debt. We still can't get past stagnation. It's irritating, but I mean, at least that won't, hopefully won't drag us back one. So where do we want to go here to fight? It looks like the Kingdom of Spain is attacking across like all of the things. That should have, yes, I got our debt down a little bit. I guess we'll try and maybe get the cards for the fucking mini game so we can try and end our crisis faster. I don't know. I'm not sure what the optimal path is. There, so factory count is growing quite nicely though. So Norway joins 3i, sure, whatever. Costa Rica, sure, whatever. Like a Hillfighter and Trickster, like that'd be pretty cool. Weapons manufacturer in Middle Africa. Cool. Nice to get free guns. Take some guns. Central European Customs Union returns to activity. Being used Middle Europa. After the beginning of the economic crisis caused by Black Monday stock market crash caused Germany to draw its attention away from the foreign affairs for the past year, the Central European Customs Union, more commonly known as Middle Europa, has returned back to action. Once again, the summits of the foreign affairs ministers and the organization are being held, each one with the intention of coordinating the economies of the alliance and facilitating easier flows of goods. Over time, Middle Europa expanded to several official and unofficial fields of activity, and the interests of the member states may take it to aid in one field or another. Of course, certain intellectuals and politicians envision a bit more and a dream of the chance to reform the organization and create something new. A German economic hegemony, a fulfillment of pan-European dreams, time will tell. Okay. So we're the president. A royal scandal. Another day of sensational rumor about the royal family's dark secrets is making rounds. This time, Crown Prince Wilhelm and one of his many alleged love affairs stand in the center of attention again. Censorship and articles that openly defame the Hohenzollerns and threaten their reputation is very resolute, and most mainstream newspapers try to refrain from publishing such controversial articles in the first place out of respect. With the quick emergence of the less professional tabloid press in recent years, however, some unpleasant information always manages to slip through to the public. Considering the Crown Prince's relatively low popularity, however, barely anyone can really be expected to be shocked about the new headlines, though. Save for hardline supporters of the monarchy and the right who have to accept that this will be the future Kaiser. Terrible. Cool, we'll go for industrial advisors, sure, whatever. Get some factory output or whatever. These guys want arms industry support. Direction of the military. It was said long ago that Prussia is an army with a state, and though Germany has advanced beyond this brutish image somewhat, it is no surprise that the Imperial German Army is one of the most influential and valued arms of the Empire. Their Weltkrieg is given an aura of invincibility, and though it may be true, the army is nonetheless mired by issues that may prove to be its own Achilles heel. A vicious inter-service rivalry, lacking central coordination, and calcified aristocratic officer corps are just some of the many problems that worry the OHL and the Prussian Ministry of War. Factions or cliques formed within the army, each with different visions. The Reformisten are followers of the ideas of the late Hans von Seeckt and are represented by the current Chief of Staff, Kurt von Hammerstein-Eckward. They envision a centralized, modernized, professional army open to all social strata and employing combined arms mechanized warfare. On the other side of the fence are the Altgardisten, the old establishment who prefer more streamlining of the existing army structure. Finally, off the side, De Front, championed by generals such as Joachim von Stahl-Pagnol, wish for a nationalistic, ideologized military to fit for a total war that required the mobilization of the nation from top to bottom. Entrenchment of the army in politics means that each of these three factions has powerful allies in the Reichstag and a preferred government of choice. Now that the dust has settled somewhat, the winners of the political battles of 1936 are free to support their allies in the army and shape the military according to their vision. We are ready. So, Democratic Union support the Reformisten. Another decision fucking minigame. Fuck off.
Hmm. I don't know. We can leave that for later. I think let's try and still try and grab the get our shit for Black Monday together. We probably don't want to grind into the French tanks. Cool. So the uprising in Ukraine has crashed. I'm getting a little bit voice is getting a little bit sore. There's so many fucking event spams for this country, so I'm just not going to read that. We crushed it. You know, whatever. It's good. Maybe I should have made the thumbnail for this video. Fucking Yu-Gi-Oh. Fuck me. It's time to duel. Oh, that's frustrating. Does any of this shit actually deal with like the work camp or whatever? Money creation. And that's free, so we'll do that. Money creation, and it costs 1 debt. Yeah, Union Britain. So we need to hit more. So we do all that, and like we still can't get over the stagnation threshold. I guess maybe you have to do that before you play. I don't know. Max Bauer, a new article submitted to the Militar Wochenblatt, the magazine of the year, which has served as a primary publication of the military since 1816, has made rounds among the readership. It was penned by Max Bauer, an infamous officer in the general staff during the Weltkrieg, who later rose to the rank of general before his retirement. More famously, he is a protege of Erich Ludendorff and considered his right-hand man. Much of the so-called Ludendorff dictatorship during the Weltkrieg was his initiative, and the near total mobilization of the nation during the last years of the Weltkrieg was envisioned by him. As a result, he has become a sort of symbol and respected spiritual predecessor to the officers and generals who desire for the year to transition towards a total war. Bauer's article, drawing from this Weltkrieg experience, reflects this. He is highly critical of the government's lack of interest in military matters
and predicted the next great war in Europe will be even more total than the last. Such a war can only be won by a complete dedication of the state's entire resource to base to war, without hesitation or qualms. There's little illusion that implies a totalitarian military dictatorship. So we get 1% more support. I mean, that'd be nice if we have political power. To up our economy law. So we got that. Copy of the federal income taxes. I guess we'll do that. See if I can get support equipment from anywhere. I mean, I guess I can. So we'll do that to keep our volunteers equipped. Crash, boys.